My family comes from a small town in Honduras. My grandparents moved to the capital eventually. They bought a house, and my family has lived there since the 80s or early 90s. Well, I won't go into detail, but my grandmother used to play with Ouija boards, which is why I think this whole mess started. My grandmother had many siblings, 9 in total. They all had very tragic deaths. I'll focus on my aunt though. She was diagnosed with breast cancer, and my grandmother offered our house for her to recover in. So pretty much, my siblings and I were taking care of her. She grew very bitter, because she wanted people with her 24/7. But I had school. My siblings would work as well as my parents. But my grandmother decided to go back to the town she lived in, and pretty much left her sister alone. My aunt was angry all the time. I got back home late at night, and she would complain because there was no one at home with her. Long story short, she passed away with a lot of anger in her. Fast forward to 2020. One day, out of the blue, I had this dream about my aunt staring at my grandmother. I've always had the sort of dreams that precede certain events. I woke up scared and went to check on my grandmother, and she was perfectly fine. I look at it as just some random dream and went about my day. 2 days later, my grandmother came into the living room extremely pale. My mum asked what happened, and she mentioned my aunt's name, saying she saw her, but she said nothing. 2 minutes later, my grandmother died. I found out later that my grandmother dabbled in witchcraft. We found some bags with soil in the drawers, which is something that people do here for whatever reason. She also used to play around with Ouija boards. Last night, I had a dream about the house. It was pretty much my grandmother in it. She was just walking around, but someone had died, and I couldn't tell who it was. I woke up today with my rosary off of my wrist, and I've been worried all day. I'm dreading going to sleep today. During a very amicable and non-contentious divorce, I needed to buy a house for myself and my daughter. The old house was my ex-husband's prior to our marriage, so this was completely fair. He advised me that I should buy a condo because I'm horrible at yard work, but I was set on buying a house on the water. Any house. It was that important to me to be able to look out of my window at a body of water. I had a budget and knew it was going to be a stretch. Imagine my joy at finding a listing for a big Victorian house on a very pretty spot of land, on a lovely river. The dollars were a bit outside of my budget, but not way outside, and this property was owned by the bank. The terms were as is, as once I toured the house, I could rationalise why a big waterfront property could possibly be in my budget. This place was trashed. The people who lived in the house must have been crazy alcoholics. There were 3 bars in random places in the house, and the layout was designed by someone who had clearly never heard of Feng Shui. There were 5 bedrooms and 2 offices. Trust me when I say that now this is a 3-bedroom house with no offices, because no one wants to sleep in a closet-sized room. It was crazy. They also had walls up to prevent looking at the view property, which didn't make sense given the view is the only thing that the house had going for it. Everything in the house was also made of the cheapest contractor-grade material you could imagine. Cheap, ugly flooring, hideous kitchen, Motel 6 quality bathrooms. There were also some other weird features, like what looked like violent damage to the walls from punching, and also a pellet gun. It was a true hot mess, would need a full gutting. It was going to take years and all of my money to restore. It's not my sweet spot to oversee a construction project. So of course, I bought it. After 9 months on the market, the bank was in a hurry to close and get this toxic asset off their books. So within a very fast 45 days from the first time I saw this house, I owned it. I should mention a detail that will become important later. There were 2 buildings on this property. The Victorian house and a much older garage structure with a man cave about it. There was a lot of stuff behind it, including a partially broken pool table, artwork, family mementos. Weird. I started construction on my new house within a few days of closing, and after 3 months, it was okay enough to move in and live there. Not great, but okay. It was then that everything I've ever believed about the nature of the afterlife got thrown in the trash can. So I moved into my still a wreck house, but it now had 3 bedrooms and a more open floor plan. I put in nicer wood floors and also removed the obstruction from the view. There was an expensive beam I had to install to make sure the house didn't fall down. The kitchen was still hideous, which pained my heart. I'm not good at yard work. I'm good at cooking. Oh well, that was going to have to wait. Let's talk about the vibes. Not necessarily bad vibes, but in general, vibes that you can feel that are not normal things to feel at, say, the mall or at your office. This is really hard to explain. The house has vibes. One of my close friends, who has always been the witchy type, if that makes sense, toured the house with me before I signed the final papers and advised me to keep looking. She said there was not enough sage to burn in this house. She said she sensed violence. I blew her off. I wanted that view. But I felt it too. I always felt it, if I'm honest. So let's get down to it. Within the first few days of living in and sleeping in the house, the following things happened. Things would move. Put down your glasses on the table for your glasses. They would disappear. 2 weeks later, they would appear in the same place you had originally put them. No, my daughter is not the prank type. She's the leave me alone so that I can play Minecraft type. Things would appear. Not my things. Antique perfume bottle in the bathroom, not mine. Very old toys in the yard, also not mine. The orbs. I'm talking about light orbs going across the walls when no lights were on in the house. I know you're thinking that this is a reflection from a car going down the road, because this is exactly what I wanted to believe. However, this is not possible because my house is set back from the road, almost the length of a football field. Plus, the garage man cave blocks the road entirely. I don't know how else to put this, but the reactionary sounds in the house. Let's say I was having an argument with someone, such as my new boyfriend at that time. We'd be arguing about the relative benefits of asparagus versus artichokes, for example, and the walls would sound with knocks and thuds, and the floors would sound like a person was stomping. This really freaked us out. I also want to delicately mention that during more private moments, the walls would thud. Almost approvingly. I know this sounds bizarre. The "shut your mouth, little lady" event. So my daughter is amazing, and I love her, and I'm so proud of her. But she has her moments. After one of these moments, she came flying down the stairs terrified because a male voice said, "Shut your mouth, little lady." I ran up to her room, ready to do battle, but all I saw was a light orb going back and forth in the darkness. My daughter did behave better for a couple of days, so there is that. Did I mention we were getting very freaked out by this point? I also mentioned that I'm happier and more successful than I've ever been, including a fabulous daughter, amazing marriage, fantastic job, and also walking through some very deep personal trauma from my childhood. Lots of hard work. Ghost vibe and all of this. Supportive vibe. Yes, I do think this sounds so crazy. First, I'm going to be careful about details because I don't want Zach Bagans to appear at my house or to get the side-eye at work. All of these events occur over a 10-year time frame, so there was a slow roll to where we are today. Important fact. Most of the key information I've been able to gather has come from the sweet little old man next door, who has lived in his own house his entire life. Let's call him Fred. There is another neighbour on the other side of my house who is almost never there, and who's not a talkative sort. Let's call him George. So back to Fred. After he dropped the murder bomb on me, he asked me if I would like some fresh zucchini from his garden, which heck yes I did. Delicious. I was also able to Google what happened in my house while the zucchini bread was baking, which I should have done before I bought the house. It was all right there. It was a horrible murder. Not a civilized murder, if that distinction even exists. I'm not going to disclose the specific murder, because then my concern about Zach Bagans becomes more of an issue. Plus, the entire story makes me seem crazy. I will say that the interesting part of the murder for sharing here is that the murder did not occur with the previous owners, who lost the house to the bank. It happened before they owned the house. This information freaked me out more. What happened to the last owners? Why did they have so much alcohol? Why were the walls bashed and doors kicked in? Why did they obstruct the view? Why did they put so many rooms in the house? Why did they leave so much stuff behind? I also want to know why they put cement down the drains, disabled the dishwasher and jacuzzi tub, and a variety of other sabotage activities before they left. I may never know. Also important for later, Fred established a pattern of telling me information in a gradual fashion, resulting in a maximum drama. There is a Fred bomb coming up that's more disturbing than the murder, the tangible detail that causes people to shiver. The first couple of years in the house moved very quickly, and except for the strange noises, moving things, gifts, orbs, and more strange animal behaviour, everything was great. There's not been another shut your mouth little lady event. The vibe, however, continued to be strong. Visitors and my daughter reported feeling like someone was watching them. The ghost vibe, I think we all got used to it. It didn't seem harmful. The big events were still in our future. One beautiful summer day, I was sitting outside enjoying my view. Just love that view. Fred came over to see if I wanted some tomatoes from his garden, and we got to chatting. I complained about lack of storage in my house, and honestly, maybe I should have kept one of the closet bedrooms around for this purpose, instead of ripping most of the interior walls down. Fred was super confused by these complaints. Why don't you use your cellar more? It's plenty big. I don't have a cellar. No basement, nothing like this. Fred, who as I have mentioned has lived in his house his entire life, informed me that he's been in my cellar many times. Not fancy, he said. Good for canned foods, he said. The key points I'll be covering are as follows. The cellar, the final Fred bomb, what happened to me when I was in the house alone for an extended time frame, and the actual ghost sighting, which was 2 months ago. The cellar. Obviously, when I heard from Fred that I have a whole cellar under my house that 1, I didn't know about, and 2, there was no way to access, I started freaking out again. My husband did not believe there was any cellar whatsoever, and also thought that Fred was leading me on to keep chatting with a pretty woman. We actually had a few ghost vibe knocks on the wall during that discussion, as the ghost does not like raised voices. Of course, during this time, my imagination went wild. What's down there? My top choices were dead bodies, sex dungeon, and satanic ritual temple. My husband thought it might be structural. It took about a year of surveying the perimeter and speculating before a random event at the house revealed the answer. We wanted to put on a deck so that I could enjoy my view better, and frankly, the blue stones outside on the patio looked very garbage-like. We were on vacation while the work was being done, but the contractor called us to let us know that the back of the house had rotten boards, and we needed to have those replaced before we attached something like a deck to it. Please don't ask me to explain any construction questions. This is not my area of expertise. Imagine our surprise when we got home and had a clear view into the cellar, which had previously been blocked by the rotten boards. Guys, the cellar was there, but it was completely filled to the brim with stones. I'm not sure how much it cost to buy that volume of rocks and completely fill a decent-sized cellar, or why anyone would give up storage space. From what my husband told me, we would need to hire some kind of bucket brigade to bring up all of those stones, and it would cost a fortune. So I still don't know what's down there. We also figured out where the interior entrance to the cellar is, and my only guess is that the last owners put the HVAC unit on top of the stairs. This explains the door to nowhere to the foyer, Not a fancy HVAC closet like I thought. I'm hoping there are no dead bodies down there. I told you this was going to be partially unsatisfying. Next, the final Fred bomb. At this point, I was thinking that I had experienced enough uncertainty due to this crazy house, and I wanted answers. The next time Fred came over to chat, he brought enough yellowish squash to feed an army. I was disappointed because I would have loved the actual squash blossoms so that I could stuff them with spicy Italian sausage and cheese before flash frying them. But I'll never turn down fresh vegetables. Fred, I said, very loudly, I need to understand about this murder, as there are some strange things happening. Please, tell me what happened. Fred understood about every other word, but enough to get pretty upset. As a reminder, Fred has lived in his house his entire life. I learned that Fred's best friend was the one who was murdered, and it was just awful. Poor Fred, and Ghost. We're going to give the ghost a name now. Old Man. As in, dang, Old Man took my glasses again. Or, Old Man, no need to bang on the walls. We're just discussing the midterm elections. Which brings me to point 3. The time my husband had to go on an overseas business trip, an old man locked me in the murder garage and delivered a pretty impactful life lesson. I'll be honest that I really missed my husband, and my daughter was with her dad that week. But as a highly busy woman, alone time to read and binge watch Netflix didn't sound horrible. I also alluded to dealing with some significant personal trauma from my past, so I was eager for some me time. One thing that I've not covered in this tale is that there appear to be old man ghost hotspots on the property. For example, the kitchen, no vibes. Bedroom with amazing view, medium vibes. Garage and man cave, big vibes and darkness. One thing I learned from Fred was that the murder happened in the garage. Also, it's important to know that one of the kicked-in doors was the door into the garage. Around the same time as my husband's business trip, he went to Home Depot and bought a steel security door and steel doorknob. Someone appeared to be going into my garage and moving stuff around. Anyway, it was only me in the house, so being the domestic goddess I am, I went into the garage to get the broom. As I poked through the assortment of brooms and mops, the steel security door slammed shut. Yikes. Even though I felt like one of the cartoon characters who run in terror on top of the water to escape danger, I reminded myself that I'm an adult and tried to simply open the door to the garage so that I could run back into the house and call someone to get me off of the ledge. The doorknob wouldn't turn. Panic rising, I tried to open the main garage door, which also wouldn't lift. Of course, suddenly being trapped in the murder garage really freaked me out, and I thought my soul was about to escape my body through the scream coming out of my mouth. However, I had no other time to react before a gigantic whooshing sensation went through my body. The next 5 minutes or so was a combination of 25% complete terror and 75% one of the best, most profound events of my life. Unfortunately, the 25% terror was first. After the initial whoosh through my body, I sensed rather than felt pain in my throat closing. I didn't feel actual pain, and I could breathe, so to say feel is not right. It was like remembering something that happened in the past, but it didn't happen to me in my past. There was a tactile sense of cloth where no cloth was there. There was an emotion of sadness and frustration, and then there was nothing at all negative. Although the garage was dark, I sensed light, and then I sensed words, but didn't hear them with my ears. You have to let go. You're free. You're good. You're free. The words or meaning of the words were directed at me, but I knew the words were not audible, but inside me, in my brain. And then I felt light, and I understood the message. The whoosh was gone, and I was standing there, still locked in the murder garage, brandishing my broom against more whooshing. I ran back to the steel security door and tore the steel security knob right off the door, twisting the metal in my hands like the Incredible Hulk. Then the door popped open, and I was free and standing in the mid-afternoon sunshine, twisted steel doorknob in hand. The knob is hidden behind some boxes in the garage, in case I need to look at it from time to time. After I was able to breathe again, my brain began stabilizing for thought capabilities. The sense of relief was massive, and my world changed in that instant. Shifting to speculation and not facts. This is important. I've mentioned that I was dealing with some deep personal trauma, and of course, I did all of those things people do to move on from tragedy, none of which worked for me, nor which I allowed to work. Until that day. Imagine a boat dragging crab pots, garbage, and a mass of broken things, slowing all forward movement, impeding navigation, and in general, making things uglier. That was me. I couldn't advance. I couldn't free myself. I was pretty sad on a typical day and was not able to feel joy deeply or appreciate the view. That all stopped, like the whoosh in my body reset my brain, heart, and spirit with a bolt of lightning. I walked out of the murder garage different than I walked in. Here's another fact. Old man was a good person who lived a good life. Those were the facts of his life. I have no idea what any of this means. Maybe the whoosh was not old man at all. I do know that I'm neither large nor strong, not someone to be twisting steel with my bare hands. And I do know that I'm very happy living in my house and looking at my view. I feel joy daily. I also feel brave and new, like the world is filled with possibilities I didn't understand or consider. But I want to. I still don't understand about the cellar or what went on with the previous owners, nor do I think I'll ever have that information. Like I said, this is only a partially satisfying story. This morning, my girlfriend woke up suddenly from a sharp pain, and it looked like she'd been in a fight. Earlier, at around 3:20 a.m, my girlfriend suddenly woke up to her jolting up and spazzing out. I sat up after being hit by her, as she got up to find her holding the side of her head. She told me it felt like a sharp, aching pain and was convinced it was a headache. This worried me because I'm a hypochondriac and thought it could be anything from migraines, which she suffers from on occasion, or a full-blown seizure. As she rubs her head, she notices a large, deep scratch where her head hurts. It goes from her eyebrow all the way to her hairline. The scratch seems fresh. It was red, bleeding, inflamed, you know the deal. We then notice the same thin, razor-like scratch on her hand, from her thumb to her wrist. The line has a skip a quarter way through, like when you cut something very quickly and it bounces off. I took a closer look, and there was blood on her nose and in the middle of her forehead as well. There were small dots that were reminiscent of digging your nails into your skin. Upon heading to the restroom to check it out, we dry the blood from the scratches up and notice a smaller one under her eye, as well as what looks like a rug burn type of lesion where the corner of her eye is, between both scratches. A few smaller marks are nearby. We check for other scratches and find none. We checked our nails for blood. There was none. Her nails were dull, soft and short. I cannot see how her nails would scratch anything. My nails were long, but I was not in the position to scratch her at night. I was on the opposite side of the bed and had both hands under her and my pillow. She wore rings to bed, but after checking, the rings had no way of scratching her. She didn't move all night either, as we were cuddling. I'm also a very light sleeper and wake up from the smallest movements. I usually stay up much later than her on most nights, laid in bed beside her, and so I know her sleeping patterns very well. She doesn't scratch in her sleep and has no history of any skin-related medical issues. I have eczema myself and am familiar with lesions caused by nails and dermamedical issues. She doesn't jolt in her sleep, except when kicking her leg when she's first falling asleep. She couldn't have jolted and scratched herself, nor did I feel anything like that happening. We checked the bed, and there was nothing sharp. We have a cat, but he's never done anything like this before and doesn't even scratch our toddler. The cat, when in trouble, also runs off. The cat was laid up beside me on the opposite side of the bed when we woke up, clearly waking up just now with us. I checked for any other animals in the house and found none. No bugs either. There was nothing nearby to scratch her at all. She was on the edge of the bed at this point. Her scratches are all on her right side, towards the edge of the bed. I genuinely cannot explain this. It looks like she was attacked and torn up by something. All the scratches are from the same side of the body and trail off from each other. Because of this, I cannot see how she could have done this herself. I couldn't reach that side of her either. She had no marks prior to bed. When she woke up spazzing, she didn't scratch herself either. She only held her forehead after the fact. It's like she was suddenly scratched and woke up from the sharp pain. I don't believe in the paranormal much, despite having some odd experiences, but rationally, I have no explanations as we've ruled anything we could think of out. Once again, she didn't wake up to find scratches. Being scratched woke her up. The 2 major scratches were deeper than your usual random cuts. She doesn't scratch when stressed or anxious either. Her coping mechanisms are well known due to her mental illnesses. Needless to say, we switched spots on the bed, and I slept on the edge. A few years ago, I lived with another family in the same house, and they had a son with whom I talked sometimes. There was no problem, nothing to worry about. But one night, he got up from where he slept in the middle of the night and began to cry. His parents calmed him down, but he had his eyes closed. A few days later, I found out that he was a sleepwalker. He had recently started to be, but there was no reason. Okay, nothing happens. He'll calm down with time. Weeks and months passed, and on several occasions he got up, making noises as if scared or wanting to cry. I read that it can be normal in sleepwalkers. But he always got up wanting to go to the same place. His older brother would wake up and carefully put him to bed again. Still, for some strange reason, I felt scared. Well, weeks went by, and he didn't get up. Maybe the sleepwalking was disappearing. Until one night, I had a pretty scary dream about him. In the dream, everything resembled real life. The house, the time, and the darkness of the night. I was standing near where he slept. Suddenly, I saw how he got up. But this time, he spoke clearly. He said, "I have to go," and began to take a few slow steps towards the door of the room. Turning to look at the door, there was a face looking at him. That thing or that someone, I don't know how to define it. It said, "Come here," repeatedly. I was terrified. I forced the boy back to where he slept, but he had more strength and he escaped me, and he left with that thing. The appearance of that thing was horrible, like an old man with a disfigured face and an extremely thin body. When I woke up, I told everyone about my dream, and this worried them a little. But what else could they do? The doctor didn't say anything that would help. Recently, they took him to a witch doctor in town. Then, he was cured, and he's no longer a sleepwalker. But this convinces me that there's more than meets the eye, and you have to be careful. This is a true story, and if you don't believe in it, okay. I don't believe in many things. But for those of us who believe in this, and some of us have seen horrible things, we know that this is something real in our lives. The house was never used as someone's family home. It was always rented out. If you go through it, you can find the oldest shit of guests that have stayed. Currently, clearing out if you're interested. Anyways, weird shit has occurred. First instance, when I moved in and woke up in the morning, there was a scratching sound in my room, but the moment I woke up, it stopped. I thought it was rats or some kind of rodent, but I checked carefully and all I found was spiders and roaches. Second instance, my friend stayed over and in the morning, there was a loud bang like someone shut my bathroom door. But I don't have neighbours nor roommates, nor windows in every room. Third instance, I'm dumb, okay? 23-year-old woman with a brain of a 5-year-old. So the dumbass I am thinks that maybe there could be holes in the wall, like maybe something hid something, you know? I knocked along the wall, and mind, it was 12 a.m. I got a clear knock back. I never snapped out of my trance so quickly. Fourth instance, went upstairs to the laundry. Super warm and uncomfortable to be there. I did my laundry because I can't avoid it. I went downstairs and lo and behold, some lady said some inaudible stuff in my ear. It was Japanese. However, because I was so shocked, I didn't even remember what she told me. I just bolted out. I was alone. Fifth instance, this morning, maybe 5 or 6 a.m. It was sunrise already, and I was woken up by someone non-stop banging on my window. It came from outside. There was no shadow. Now, I'm a skeptical person, and I'm unsure what to think of it. Maybe someone has a plausible explanation. One time, me and my dad decided to go for a ride around the country. We live in a rural area and would ride around a few blocks 2 or 3 times a week to check out wildlife and stuff. I was about 13 or 14 at the time, and while going down a hill, a deer leapt out into the road, and my dad slammed on the brakes. He missed hitting by a couple of feet. There was a reason the deer leapt across the road in such a hurry. It was being chased by this light. It's hard to describe how large the light was because of how bright it was. There was a centre mass to it about the size of a softball that was so bright it almost hurt to look at. Except it was a clear night. No storms in the area. I've heard of swamp gas, but as I recall, it was past the spring thaw and not possible for it to have been swamp gas. Whatever the light was, it was guided as it was chasing the deer. It was so bright it lit up the woods and illuminated the cab of the truck. It's not possible to be a drone. This was before drones, and it was too large of a light to be a flashlight or anything that could have been tied to a deer. A drone could not have flown through the thick woods without hitting something, and no human could pilot one through thick, brush-filled forest at that speed. No drone could have a light source that bright without being a very large drone, which would not have even fit through the trees. It wasn't a vehicle or anything of that sort. It was about 5 feet off the ground. It made no noise and was about 2 or 3 feet away from the truck and didn't damage it in any way. But it was going after the deer like a heat-seeking missile. I'm almost certain it was somehow piloted. Didn't change colour, brightness, shape, anything either. It wasn't solid, as far as I could tell, entirely plasma or gaseous in nature. After about 30 seconds, we both asked at about the same time if we just saw that. Both of us thinking it was some kind of vision issue. On the 6th of December 2019, my father suddenly passed away. It was a shock and surprise to everybody because it really happened suddenly and no one would ever expect that it would be his turn in the family. I remember it was Friday. Day passed and at night on 8th of December I woke up, hearing weird clicking noises in the other room. At first I thought it's my mother's clock as she has one, and sometimes at day it's a bit louder as it has some radio installed in it. Despite the fact I've decided to wake up and find out for myself if it's really a clock, I was wrong. I was looking at the room opposite mine where the sound was coming from, and to my real surprise, it was a printer. Now, believe me or not, never ever since this printer behaved in such a weird manner. The noise it produced was the same as if someone had pressed the power button repeatedly in a very rapid manner. Switch light was blinking rapidly, indicating that the printer turned on and off. I tried shutting down the printer and turning it back on, and it started acting the same way until it stopped. At the same time, the small light lamp in the room was changing its brightness. Once it was very bright, and then the light was diminishing. After a while, electricity in our house went down, and to my surprise, it went down on the whole street. Considering everything written above, I'm hardly believing it was just an electricity error. Printer only behaved like that once and never again, the day after my father's death. He was living somewhere else for the last 3.5 years, as he was divorced with my mother. I can't find any scientific explanation for this, and whenever I think about it, or as I'm writing about it now, I feel shivers coming down my spine. For some context, I was born in Sydney, Australia in early 2003, and what I remember of these spirit memories very surely predates that. I would recall these memories as a young child, around the ages of 4 to 7 years old, every now and then. I wasn't sure how I had those memories, only knew that they were true. The memories in question are of me as some sort of spirit or ghost flying around and observing people in their daily lives. The most vivid of these memories that I can fully recall is me observing a woman in an apartment building. Her building was red-orange in colour, and she had light green curtains on the glass door that led to the balcony. She was out on her balcony, sitting on a chair and smoking a cigarette and reading a magazine. She was white, with black hair, and looked to be in her early 30s. I remember her wearing jean shorts, a black tank top, and sandals. I recall her finishing her cigarette and putting it in an ashtray on a small, round glass table. After that, she closed a magazine and put it on the table as well. After which she got up, leaned on the railing of the balcony, and looked at the view of the city. This is by far the most vivid thing I can recall. My other memories are mostly of watching people from above, seeing them go about their daily lives, such as one man I remember observing. He wore a light grey, loose business suit with a maroon tie and white dress shirt with thin vertical lines on it. I remember watching as he parked a late 90s sedan on the side of the road, after which he got out with a brown briefcase and went into a parking complex right next to where he parked. I don't know how I know all this, in all this detail, especially considering I remember having these memories as young as 4. What I know for sure is that these memories are far too detailed to just be a figment of my imagination. Firstly, when I was a kid, I was very receptive to energy. Like, very. I often felt when something was off in my house. Sometimes things would go very cold and grey out of nowhere. Maybe it was my mum, as she was very unhappy during my childhood, though it was only my house. Sometimes I'd just cry out of nowhere, and my mum would ask me what was wrong, and I'd reply, I don't know. Other days, I'd just feel shivers down my spine as if there was someone there, and that made me develop a terror to the dark that lasted until I was a teenager. Nowadays, I sometimes feel like that, but I don't know if it's just purely my mind. Once, I saw a ghost at my house. My mum was sleeping in her room, and I woke up in the middle of the night and sat on my bed, trying to focus my sight. I was about 8 years old when I looked at the wardrobe, and there she was. She was standing in front of my wardrobe, just casually looking at me. She looked exactly like my mum, physically. She was even holding the clothes basket. I was terrified, like my whole body went cold, but I wasn't going to just freeze like every time it got dark. So I looked at her and said, Mum? She didn't even reply. She just looked at me, as if I wasn't doing anything. I could even see her chest going up and down slowly. I asked one more time, and I didn't get a reply either, so I went back into my bed and put my face on the bed. My heart was pounding so fast that I thought that she would hear it. I kept telling myself, fall asleep, fall asleep. And nowadays, I can still remember clearly how terrified I was. Also, I'm 1,000% sure she wasn't my mum, as my mum has never been a sleepwalker, and she was also fully dressed in normal clothes. I felt like it was as if someone had taken a copy of her image at a random moment and put it on his or herself. Another time, I think I got possessed. I don't really know about the topic, but I've always been a light sleepwalker, same with my brothers. But it's never gone further than mumbling, speaking, or maybe standing on my bed and going back to sleep. An important detail is that I never ever remember when I'm doing it, and it's other people that tell me. However, this time, it was very different from anything I'd ever experienced before. It was as if I wasn't actively participating, I was just passively watching everything happening. My body got out of bed in the middle of the night, turned on the security system of the house, unlocked the security door, went downstairs, opened the door of my house, leaving all the lights turned on, got out, and everything just went black. And just right after that, I woke up, in my bed as if it had been a dream. But what woke me was the yell of my mum, who left the door of the house open. Sometimes I predict the future too. I sometimes have impulsive feelings, like I have certainty of things just out of nowhere. Once I asked my mum out of nowhere about my name and its origins. Minutes later, her only friend that shares my name calls her by the phone for the first time in months. Another time, I was about to take a plane with my family, and I felt odd about it. They asked me what happened, and I replied, I don't know. I don't feel like we're going to take that plane. You know, the excitement and anticipation of leaving somewhere, I didn't feel it. Hours later, the plane we took had to go back to the airport because of a problem with the pressurization cabin, or something like that. And there are many moments like this. Sometimes I think about people and minutes later, they text me. Of course, there are so many things I never see coming, and that's why I believe they are mostly coincidences. But these two especially stuck with me. It's important to say that most of these things happened when I was before 15, and I'm not sure if more incidents like this happened because I tried to brush them off as coincidences, so I don't remember. Nowadays, I'm very good at understanding people, like scarily. When people come at me and tell me, you won't believe what just happened, I can tell most of the time, even when I lack context. I can tell what people are thinking, when they're lying, what they're feeling. I understand the personality of people to a personal level, even when I'm not close with them. Sometimes I feel like I can read their thoughts through their faces. Maybe it's just psychology or intuition. I don't know. I'm just very good at reading people. Lastly, this is the weirdest and the thing that freaks me out the most, and the one that I don't have any possible explanation for. Spiders follow me. Everywhere. I've always been a magnet for spiders. When I was a kid, I was the only one in my house that had spiders in her room. They would come out of nowhere. Even after rearranging my furniture and discovering that there was a spider nest under my bed and clearing it, they kept appearing, of all sizes and shapes. I would wake up with a dead spider on my bed with me, as I would squash them while sleeping. My mum would get into our basement every day and never see one. But whenever I got in, I would always get out with one stuck in my hair or my clothes. When I moved with my dad to another city, I was the only one that got spiders in my room again. Not as often, but in a house where allegedly there are no spiders, I would get one at least once every 2 weeks. Again, after I moved to uni, in my dorm room, I'd get a spider once a week. Other people too, but just once or twice a month. I'd get spiders all the time. And this year, I've moved to a new house with my friends, and the first thing we notice when we move is that there's a plague of gigantic spiders. We clean and kill most of them, but last month, I noticed a completely different species on my roof. A large, skinny-legged spider on the corner. And a few days ago, a little one just appeared hanging next to my head while I was reading a book in my room. I killed it, and after being a bit concerned and asking my flatmates if they've seen any more spiders, they all said that they haven't since the beginning of the year. When I came back home for Christmas, my mum said that she had cleansed everything with bleach, and it was impossible for me to find any. Relieved, I go to the toilet, and I find a spider on the towel next to the sink. I just can't explain it. I don't like spiders, and I've never been bitten one, I think, but this is just so weird. I've been reading a fair amount of stories relating to doppelgangers and look-alike beings. It brought out an old memory I have from my late teens or early 20s. When I was younger, my parents always took us on a mini vacation to the ocean. My mom had a friend that owned a cabin a couple miles up to the mouth of the river that fed to the sea. This cabin was a good 2.5 to 3 hours from my home. On this particular trip, I decided to stay home. I gave the excuse that I had work and couldn't miss it. In reality, I just wanted to go to a big party my friend was having that weekend. The Friday they left, I got off work around 2 p.m. and got home. They had already been gone for hours. I turned some music on and turned it up loud so I could hear it in the bathroom and shower. I finished showering and I'm standing at the sink shaving and brushing my teeth, getting ready for the night. I was singing along loudly to the music because no one was home. Just being goofy because who's around to laugh at me, right? That's when I saw him. My little brother, who was about 17 or 18 at the time, walked right by the bedroom door. He looked me in the eye, smiling, shaking his head, and said clear as day, "Fucking Anon." I look over asking, "Dude, what are you doing at home?" I felt a little embarrassed he was still home and had witnessed me singing to the music, so I was laughing with him. He never answered me. He just kept walking towards his bedroom. I called out for him again and started walking out of the bathroom trying to follow him. He partially opened his bedroom door, slipped in, and shut the door behind him. So I go to his door and open it. Nothing. No one there. I can call out his name and he never responds. Now, I start thinking this is weird. I committed looking throughout the entire house calling for him, only getting silence in return. I called my parents after searching the house to see if my little brother went with them or stayed home and was messing with me. My parents got real serious and said my brother was with them at the cabin, sitting next to them playing a board game. There was no way. I saw him. I heard him. I looked him in his eyes. He walked the same posture, sounded the same, and dressed the same as always. I know what I saw. Sure enough, when they returned, he was with them. The next story might not be as scary to others, but it freaked me out. Again, I know my little brother and I know what I saw. I've never had an experience like that before or after that incident. Seeing someone who looked, acted, and dressed like my brother. Talking to me. Sounding exactly like him and even going to his room. The only oddity about all of this was although he was walking with the same posture, he was taking large steps. As if he was in a hurry to get to his room and then slipping into his room. He also didn't open the door completely to go in. Maybe only halfway, and then slipped in between the wall and the door. The first house that I've ever lived in, I lived in for 14 years of my life. From birth to 14, I would see a lot of weird things. Like some girl crawling out from under my bed, or creepy old guys in overalls shh-ing me when they were sneaking upstairs. Or the time we watched The Exorcist and the house phone would be ringing with my grandmother's number. But when they picked it up, it was static and white noise. Only to call my grandma back and her explain that she never called in the first place. Or when we talked about moving, we'd get scratched. Not badly, but enough to know something didn't want us leaving. So we moved to a different house. And I lived there for 4 years. So between the ages of 14 to 18, this house was the worst. Everyone's health deteriorated. My mom's, mine and my sister's. I wouldn't sleep much because I'd get woken up at 3 a.m. with some man yelling at me to wake up. When I did sleep, I would have dreams about this heavy set guy named Mark. He didn't have a face. Always wore a suit and he was a heavy set. He would tell me stories of my brothers when they were younger and my parents. But when I told my parents they had no idea what I could be talking about, there were the shadow people who liked to follow you from room to room. The elite energy of the house was bad. Like, really bad. So we moved to the next house and lived there for 3 years, 18 to 21. My sister and I have always shared a room, even when we have separate rooms. I had noticed during the nights I would wake up and look at our door, and it looked like a woman peering into our room, except you could only see the outline of her. So I started sleeping facing the wall with my back turned to the door. It didn't creep me out, just weirded me out, you know? Anyway, my sister was going out with her friend, and while she was getting dressed, she randomly said, "Sometimes I think a woman peers in here at night. That's why I sleep facing away from the door." I went white. I physically felt the blood drain from my face. I didn't tell anyone in my house about it because I thought I may be hallucinating. To have someone verify what you've been experienced without having to bring up it's insane. So naturally, we ran down the steps to tell my mom, who was talking to my brother. And my mom said she's been seeing it too, and then it felt like her mother checking on us. Then we got into talking about Mark. Heavy set, in a suit, no face mark. My brother asked who he was, and I explained that he used to come to me in my dreams and tell me about mum and dad, and you and your other brothers. But mum and dad don't know a Mark, apparently, so I don't know. My brother, without hesitation, goes, "You sound like you just described Mark from the other trailer park." My mum then goes, "Yeah, I don't want to tell her and freak her out." After we moved from that house, we lived in an apartment and then moved back to a house. But I'll tell you about those experiences some other time. I just think maybe it's not the place that I've lived in that are haunted. Maybe it's just my family. But over the past months, I've had nights where I would go to sleep, or at least try to. And I remember 2 of these nights like it just happened. The first night I remember this happening to me was sometime 2 weeks ago. It was a night like any other. I was staying up a little late to play video games, and I went to bed around midnight. I went to bed, watched some YouTube, and then tried to fall asleep, but I experienced the weirdest, most unforgettable feeling I've ever felt. It was as if I'd been paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle or even open my eyes. I could only breathe. Although I remember breathing was hard as I laid on my side on my left arm and was in an uncomfortable position. Next thing I remember is someone at my computer, furiously clicking on my mouse and keyboard as if someone was looking through it. This went on for about 5 minutes before it stopped. I woke up a little after the clicking had stopped, and I remember clearly looking around my room and seeing nothing out of the ordinary. I looked at my phone and saw that the time was about 15 minutes after I had stopped watching YouTube. I wasn't really scared at this point, but more weirded out by this experience. So I checked on my computer right after, and it was all normal. After I checked on my computer, I thought nothing of it and went to bed and slept as normal. I told my parents the next day, and we agreed it was probably just a weird dream. But the scary thing is that it happened again last week. Although this time it wasn't my computer making the noises, but rather the sound of someone walking around my room and looking through my closet, and other things in my room. Is this just a coincidence, or just a dream? Or should I be worried? So I've always had weird and paranormal childhood. The incident I'm going to tell you about was probably the beginning of it all, and was something that I've never been able to forget. My family used to live in a cute double wide when I was 4. I was pretty young, so I really don't remember anything from the house, except for the weird things that would happen at night. I might have 2 older siblings, through my dad, and they came every summer and stayed with us for a couple of weeks. We would always be up late and we would play those really simple joystick video games that plugged directly into the TV. My mum would wake us to go to bed before 12 a.m, so my sister and I went into my bedroom and my brother slept on the couch. I had bunk beds in my room, so my sister would sleep on the top and I would sleep on the bottom. It didn't start with me waking up in the air. It started with me waking up exactly at 4 a.m. every single night, on the dot. I had a digital alarm clock on the dresser beside my bed. I was always a kid who woke up at like 7:15 to 7:30 every single day. So when I started waking up in the dark at 4 a.m, it was weird. I remember waking my mum up a few times about it, and she basically just brushed it off and told me to go back to sleep. So I did. And this went on for a while, every day. There was a bit of time that had passed, and then one night I woke up at 3 a.m. instead. Kind of weird that it wasn't 4 a.m, but again I brushed it off and went to sleep. Then I woke up in a cold sweat, and it was like as soon as I woke up, my back hit the bed as if I was never even touching the bed. The bed bounced as if I literally just jumped onto my bed. Again, I have bunk beds, so jumping onto the bottom bunk was a little bit harder. I was out of breath and my blanket was completely off the bed on the ground. And then I looked at the effing clock. It was 4 a.m. This same thing happened to me for months, but I only woke up feeling like I was floating like once every couple of weeks. I still woke up at 4 a.m. every night though. Anyways, I guess I'm looking for some type of explanation on it. I still have no clue what was happening then, and this seems like the best place to post this experience. Has anyone ever experienced this? Since I last saw the thing on my porch, things have been gradually getting quieter, to the point there's been absolutely no activity at all. No knocks, no porch lights on, nothing. Until tonight, no more than 30 minutes ago. So tonight was pretty boring. I was downstairs playing Pokemon Shield. It was already dark out, and my German Puggle was asleep on my legs. I'm playing when I feel the dog, who was sleeping, suddenly stir from her sleep and then tense. I looked at her. She had an odd look on her face. I best associate it with confusion. When I follow her line of sight, she's looking into the adjoining office. Her eyes on the filing cabinet next to the desk that obscures a small area where we store a few things. Unsurprisingly, there isn't anything there. I was going to go back to my game, assuming that it was one of my cats, when she jolts to her feet, standing over me. Her head low and now looking very unhappy. Not growling yet. But quickly, she tenses more and starts growling this whole time she's looking over to the filing cabinet where there's still nothing. She's a very passive dog. She never growls, and especially not at our cats. She always just wants to play with them, but they're never receptive to these desires. Suddenly, she looks over towards the hallway next to the office, which leads into a storage room, formerly a playroom, and the bedroom for my father when he worked in the ER. As well, this was the only room with access to the crawl space through a hole in the wall, which was closed and locked with a wood panel. As I looked, I didn't see anything, but I don't know how to describe what I was feeling. I want to say it was malice, but I don't know what this feeling was. It was intense and just bubbling out of the room like a torrent for what felt like a good minute. And then it was gone as quick as it started. I was very shaken, but got up and grabbed this old Navy submarine saber. A family heirloom, and despite its age, an effective weapon. And sort of something I take great comfort at having nearby. I went looking. I wish I found my cat or something like a rat, but there wasn't anything at all until I came back to the main room and made a very manly whimper. The porch lights were on, and I can assure you they weren't 10 seconds prior. I go outside to look around. There isn't anything, but the broom that was beside the light switch is on the ground, broken in half. It was an old wood one, so breaking it would have been no trouble. But I'd used it for hours earlier when I left it there. I looked around and got the feeling of, I guess, malice again, but this time it was from the surrounding area. I went back inside when I discovered the door was locked, and not the simple lock. The stiff deadbolt had been turned. I instantly thought the worst as I heard my dog barking, despite being unable to see anything through the windows. I assumed someone had to have been in my house. I pulled out my phone and began moving to the upstairs patio door and calling my father, who was upstairs the whole time. The way my dad tells me when he answered, I didn't sound scared. I sounded pissed. As I told him that someone was in the basement. I throw open the back door seconds later, a saber in hand, storming towards our basement. My mother and father were clearly confused but concerned, and my father followed me as my mom began to call the police. We get down there, and my puggle has been joined by my lab, who were both barking, clearly angry, directing towards the back storage room. I stormed back there, saber ready to stab some intruder. When I got back there, my heart sunk as I saw a familiar wood panel. It was the crawl spaces. One that had a mysterious habit for years of ending up on the floor over the years, with other weird stuff involving the crawl space itself. My dad and I pull out our phones and begin shining our lights inside the hole. Inside is maybe 5-foot room floor to ceiling with an uneven dirt floor. There's nowhere to hide and nowhere to go. I end up leaving as that feeling is lingering and making me start crying. Maybe the shock of it all hitting me. I explained to my parents through tears what happened. They were unsure what to think, but thought several things were too weird to blow off. But we didn't know what to do. A couple of hours go by as I talk about it with my parents. But it got late, and when I was about to go to bed, I was going back downstairs to grab my charger. I went to flip on the light switch, which had been bright and strong not long before, and then that feeling of malice came back. It wasn't as bad, but when I looked downstairs in the dark, I felt something staring back. I stood there just soaking it in, having a staring contest, wondering if I really needed my charger, and just felt like going down there right now was an awful idea. So I went back to my room, just staring at my door, shaking slightly. I feel insane, because this time there really wasn't anything I saw. Just feelings, and I can't stand that I want something more physical. Something that I can cling on to. My dad's a doctor. He's drilled into me a need for physical evidence from the things I see. Tonight, all I have is a bad feeling. So I don't know what to do. I needed to talk about this, and I need some verification to myself. I didn't just lose my mind. I'm scared. More scared than before. Because I don't know if it's the figure from before. Has it gained a way in? Was I wrong in believing it wasn't hostile? Is this thing in my house listening to me? Okay, I need to stop this. Speculating like this is just making me go insane. I need sleep, but like hell I'm turning the lights off. I feel like a 10-year-old again, being afraid of the dark. But I don't care too much. The train whistle is blowing again tonight. That goddamn train whistle. I'd lived on my rural acreage for 20 years when I got the letter from the county that they were planning on running a rail line through the easement next to my house. When I had moved in, the easements only allowed for the power and gas companies to run their pipes to my house and the neighbours. But I guess the county voted to change it at some point, and I had missed the memo. I like my peace and quiet. Myself and some neighbours got together, presented a case that the county failed to communicate properly, and got the whole thing tied up in the courts for a few years. Then, we ran out of money. Damn railroad bled us dry. They could afford to. Someone told the media, and they blew it out of proportion for us. Lots of voices got raised about the county screwing residents, a number of which served this country in their younger years. The county agreed to vote on it, and agreed to put construction on hold pending further review. Then, they quietly pushed it through as an emergency measure. They said the county needed the money from the railroad to help because revenues were low. Poorest county in the state, the town paper said. The construction was bad enough, with the banging of the diggers and dozers of men in orange jumpsuits hammering in the spikes. But I had survived it once, and could survive it again. I could sleep. The trains, though, kept me awake. The construction stopped at night. The trains ran like clockwork. They shake the house as if you were set up at a camp for a day's march behind the front line. We pleaded with the counties to stop running the trains after sunset, but our pleas fell on deaf ears. We arranged protests, but they broke us up and broke us down. We relented. Most of us gave up. Not all of us, though. 9 of us had lived through it once and didn't want to live through it again. The first one we got was a coal freight. We hit it mid-train. The fuse for the dynamite was cut too long. Still, the railroad cleaned up the mess and repaired the track. The cops asked around, but no one really knew who did it. Could have been anyone. The second one was grain, which caused a big fire. We still didn't have the fuse timing right to hit an engine, but we were causing way more damage this way anyway. The railroad had to pay the county for putting out the fire, and it was a big bill. They fixed the track again. The third one hit a bunch of empty cars and barely damaged the rails, but the president of the railroad came to the county hall and threatened to move the railroad out of our no-good county if it happened again. The fourth one was hauling logs. They had that one cleaned up pretty fast, but they repaired the track. The trains continued. Apparently the line was too profitable to close. The fifth train was a mistake. They had never sent a passenger train the night before. We had heard it was supposed to be another coal train, so we tripled up on the dynamite. 136 people. We were done. They won. A few guys took the easy way out. They didn't have to live with it. It came around every year, the damn whistle blowing, and every year another of us put a gun barrel to his temple. The first time I didn't connect the dots. I thought it was just me imagining things. When I read the obituary, it started to come together. That's okay though, dates can bring up memories. The second year it happened though, I knew I wasn't the only one bothered to hear that whistle. It's been 9 years today, and I hear that whistle blowing. It's getting closer. It's true what they say though, they save the worst for last. It came out a few days later that the president of the railroad had given orders to delay a passenger train earlier in the day, and gave it a special order for a midnight run to make up time. He knew how to beat us. The courts said there wasn't enough evidence though, to let him go free. Funny thing though, the railroad didn't rebuild that line. They took it out of the county and ran through the next one over. It's been quiet, except for that damn whistle, once a year. On pleasant summer evenings, I like to go on walks through the cemetery after work. Some find it to be a somber and even frightening place, but I find it to be a pleasant way to clear my head. I also don't mind the occasional conversation with a ghost here and there. I was having just a stroll one afternoon this past summer. It had rained earlier in the day, but the sun was now shining and the air was crisp and clean and filled with dew. The spectres and spirits populating the place must have appreciated it as well, because they were all out enjoying the day as the living would. Most don't see ghosts, and many of those who do are immediately frightened, but I was all friendly nods as I made my way through. The dead sometimes regard this behaviour as odd, but most were quite welcoming and returned my friendly gestures. Towards the centre, at a large statue of an angel, I saw a group of children playing as they would have at the park on a day like that. It's sad, of course, to see these children and know that their lives had been cut short. But I found it inspiring as well to know that they weren't missing out on childhood play and fun. I watched for a moment, reminded of my own children when they were young. It was then that I noticed another child standing far back among the graves, watching sullenly at the others. I approached him, knowing that sometimes children gang up and exclude others, and resolved to help this little spook out. "Hello there," I said. "My name is Thomas. What's your name?" "Mitchell. Mitchell Higgins." His tone was as sad and wistful as his face, and even sadder with the injuries from life that had followed him into death. The name struck me as familiar, and I tried to remember if there had been any incidents involving children in the area recently. "What are you doing over here all by yourself?" I asked. "Won't the other children play with you?" "No," he said with a frown. "Well, maybe I should go speak with them. Perhaps I could ask them to be kinder to you." "No, they never play with me, ever." His voice was filled with resolve, and being a parent, I knew my involvement could do more harm than good. So instead, I decided to keep him company for a bit. We watched as the other kids ran and jumped and goofed around the statue. They all wore their funeral clothes, and some also carried evidence of their own mortal wounds. Burns, it looked like, and some rather badly. It didn't bother them though, and they all played as though nothing at all was the matter. I, on the other hand, found myself uncharacteristically and increasingly uneasy. "They were all mean to me when I was alive too," he said, with perhaps a frightening tone in his voice. "That's terrible," I said. "I hope they change their ways soon." "I doubt it," he said back. "They're mad at me because I'm the one that started the fire that brought us here." Some things about me before I start, in order to understand. For generations, both sides of my family have been able to do weird things according to stories and experiences I've heard, and it's especially in women. It's stronger on my mum's side though. My dad's side is not so much. There's also schizophrenia running in that side, so many things I've heard could be that illness. I grew up with my dad's sister showing schizophrenia, and as a child, I was unofficially seen by a psychiatrist, just because he was there for my aunt. And I had seen her breakdowns, so my dad worried about my mental health. One of those times, I heard the psychiatrist warn my dad about possibly having depression and anxiety, which I have been battling since I was 8. I'm in a better place with no medication for that. Yet, women in my mum's side of the family can and could see the dead in their sleep, had astral projected and saw car accidents or last moments of loved ones, saw entire days in the dreams, and we were raised to respect our ancestors just as much as the Orthodox Christian saints. As for my dad's side of the family, there are claims of seeing precognitive dreams in the dead. I do believe the precognitive dreams because my sister and I have them, but the dead, I'm sure it was schizophrenia. Now things get weird with me. I started showing signs a 10-year-old child, but no one noticed besides some grandaunts and my grandmas, who warned me not to stand upon this and keep using my normal senses. They never taught me how to control or what it was. It was a known secret in the family. I was always told I acted older than I was. Then I started asking weird questions, saying things before I could stop myself, and they later came true. The deja vu, the precognitive dreams, predicting that a woman I had known for mere days was 3 weeks pregnant before she knew it herself. I was told many times to be careful what I say, and when people learned I was born on Saturday, they would say that I should be careful. In Greece, being born on Saturday is to be gifted to curse others, or at least that's what I was told when I pressed for more answers, after the grandmother of a classmate started to curse my name and family the moment she learned what day I was born and almost kicked me out of my friend's house. Then I learned that I was born dead and revived 20 minutes later, and on the same day, at the same time in the other side of Greece, my mum's dad suffered a stroke and flatlined for the exact amount of time. And the first words he spoke before falling into a coma were, "I saved her, now she has to fight," to my aunt, his older daughter. When I learned that being born dead on Saturday was far worse, according to my great aunt, I stopped liking my birthday. Now, on to the main reason for posting. A couple minutes ago, I was watching YouTube, a video of Trey Kennedy, a comedian of sorts, when the word mobe came into my mind, but pronounced mom. Yet I saw the word mobe. I instantly Google translated, and the language it put me in was Sana. So I Googled the the Cyprusian Arabic language, if I translate it correctly from Greek to English. Never heard of that language before in my life. According to Google Translate, Mob means bad and Mom means cow. It's the third time something like this has happened, but the second time with a word of a language I've never used before. The first one being the word sitme, which according to Google Translate, it means in the seat in Gujarati. I still remember my dad's look when I said sitme, just before I opened the kitchen cupboard. And you know what we were talking about? He had asked me where his folded clothes were, and soon enough they were in the seat behind him. He looked confused and asked me what I said, and I turned and told him that I didn't know, that it had just came out, and then pointed at the clothes and said in Greek, "They're in the seat behind you." The third time was the word aboriginals, and I don't know why. What's happening? Why does it happen? In July, me, my sister, and my mum's best friend, who was visiting us for summer holidays, decided to go for a walk around the town we were in. We lived near the main highway, so we started walking towards the highway and then planned to take the second left turn that would get us to some stairs that lead to the centre of town in half of the time it took you to go from the road. As we walked, I got the urge to look behind me at the garbage can, and I saw the smallest kitten following us while meowing and stumbling. Please note that ever since I was a baby, I was afraid of cats, dogs, and other pets, because as a baby, a chicken had stole my pacifier from my mouth, and I started chasing it to give it back to me, only for it to start chasing me in retaliation and scared me. And an old friend of mine when I was 3 trapped me under the bed with his terrified rabbit, making me scared to death, until his mum came and saved both me and the rabbit. So I kept my distance from pets, but this time I felt absolutely safe, and before I could bend over to pick up the kitten, my sister swooped in and grabbed it. I felt this intense wave of possessiveness come over me for the kitten, and I extended the hand to take it, but my sister refused, saying how it wanted her, not me. But I knew deep down that was a lie. We took it home with us, and we named it Sudden, as in suddenly. We didn't know what gender it was. I pet it, and I had this strong feeling it was a he, and that he needed milk. I told my family, but no one listened until I went and prepared a bowl for him. The moment it was put before him, he started drinking with huge gulps, and he fell face first into the bowl, and I saved him. Then we prepared a home for him in our backyard. Around the afternoon, it started meowing, and Dad and I went to check on him, and I bought water, having the same feeling that he needed it. Yet again, he drank all of it. I attempted to hold him, but I was afraid of my own strength, and I was getting overwhelmed with fear, both mine and not mine. I was familiar with feeling emotions not my own, but somebody else's, but never with animals, and it was the first time I felt it with an animal. I played with him since he seemed to like my blue sleepers, and then Dad picked him up and cuddled him. Then I got to see his eyes. They were the same colour as mine, brown-greenish, and Dad saw it and commented on it. Then I told him that my sister lied about her finding the kitten, and that it was following me, not her. Dad said that it was weird, since most animals I've met feel my hesitation and keep away, but not Sudden. I kept studying his eyes, and they felt so familiar, like I've seen them before, when I decided to sit down and hold him in my legs while petting him. I started humming a lullaby I've been singing to myself whenever I'm sad and afraid, and I had sung it in my dreams to the children I've dreamed of being a mother to, when Sudden started to purr and cuddled closer to me. I was feeling overwhelmed with the need to hug him and protect him, when I decided that I'd close my eyes and take a few deep breaths, when Sudden's eyes came into mind, and at the same time I recalled where I'd seen those eyes. A couple of years ago, I had dreamed of being a mother to twins, a boy and a girl. We had gone to the park when the boy fell and scraped his knee. He came crying to me, and I held him in my arms while soothing him, when he tilted his head towards me and I looked into his eyes and he asked me, "Do you love me, Mama?" And I said of course that I loved both him and his sister with all my heart, and I couldn't wait to meet them. His eyes were identical to Sudden's. Then I opened my eyes and suddenly looked at me, and I was crying. Then Sudden jumped off my lap to my dad, and I went to the bathroom where I broke down crying. A day later, construction started happening in our street, and the noise scared Sudden, and he ran away, never to be seen. I expected that I would cry and miss him, but for some reason, I know I'll be seeing those eyes again soon. It's May, and on the 17th, it will be 6 years since my maternal grandma passed away in her sleep. We rarely visit her grave because of many reasons. At first, it's because my mum was disabled and the rocky floor isn't safe for the crutches, and without them, my mum can't walk or stand. And now with gas prices and our money troubles, we think twice about moving the car. Anyways, I do feel guilty for not visiting, but if she can see us from wherever she is, I know she would understand and not judge us. I do think that all my grandparents, who are buried in various places all around my country, would understand why we seldom visit. My grandparents had many times visited me in my dreams, but I have to see them since 2020. Last I saw them was the day after my head injury. They visited me to check on me because my injury could have been deadly. After that, I never saw them, and I had two theories. One was that I was physically blocked due to my injury and the emotional trauma. And the second theory was that they crossed on, meaning that they went to a different stage of the afterlife, one that cuts this type of contact. I was sad, but I've made peace with it, because as I have my journey, so do they. I'll see them again when my time comes. Having made peace, as I said, I didn't expect to see anyone until I go to bed. Yesterday was a very hectic and busy day, and from stress, I didn't sleep until 8 a.m. today. That was when I had the dream. In the dream, I'm with a friend who's visiting the islands of Lesbos, currently in real life. And in the dream, we're visiting the island together, with me as the tour guide, since I lived there for years. We entered an Orthodox Christian monastery of St. Taxiarchus in Madamamados in Lesbos. I was showing my friend around, trying not to keep people from exiting the church, since the service was done. When I was about to cross from one side of the church to the other, when I bumped into two older women. One woman was dressed in a colourful women's suit with a skirt instead of pants, and the other woman was older in age and dressed in total black, including a headscarf, as it's traditionally worn when a woman grieves her husband. Only her face was uncovered. In that second, I apologised to both of them. The only woman that had stayed behind was the older woman in black, who walked at a slower pace. The moment our eyes met, I saw it was my grandmother. I grasped her shoulders, exclaiming her name, and then I hugged her so tight, saying I wouldn't let her go. She was cold to the touch, and I started crying. I told her how hard it's been and how wrong she was about mine and my sister's generation. In real life, in 2016, a year before she died, she had seen how my mum and I were shocked with the various terrorist attacks in France and Belgium. Especially in the Brussels attack, we had family friends who were hurt during the attack. And one afternoon, I was watching the news with my grandma when she changed the channel, saying she couldn't hear any more bad news, and we started watching a documentary about the Second World War. My grandma was a child during the war and always remembered how it was under Italian occupation and German occupation. When she told me that my generation and my sisters were lucky because we would never feel the pains of war and starvation, because people knew better than to repeat history's mistakes, I had disagreed with her, but she said she was right. We all know how she was wrong, unfortunately. Back in the dream, I was telling her that we were on the brink of a world war, and how scared I am. I felt her hugging me back, like when I used to hug her goodbye, and she would squeeze between my shoulder blades, and I felt her bones while hugging her like I usually did. My grandma had lost so much weight, especially the year she passed away. I held on to her when I heard her voice in my head, but she never moved her lips like she always does whenever she or any other grandparent visits me in my dreams. But I can't remember word for word what she told me. I remember her telling me that I had to let her go now and go back to my friend, and that we'll talk soon. When I complied, and as I let out her in my embrace, I started walking towards my friend, when I remembered that this was a dream, and my grandma was dead. I rushed to look for my grandma, but I couldn't locate her through the crowd. Then I turned to my friend, and I apologized for leaving them alone for this long, and that I was talking to my grandma. My friend looked at me, as if I'd lost my mind, and said, "You weren't talking to anyone. You were praying before St. Maria's holy picture. That's why I didn't bother you." Confused, I turned, and I was about to say that I was not, when a small wind blew by, and the smell of fresh baked lucumades made by my friend giddily grasped my arm and dragged me to the coffee shop, next to the monastery, where they were being sold. I woke up crying, and my pillow was wet from tears. I was in a terrible mood, and I opened Instagram to tell my friend I saw her in my dreams. When I checked her Instagram stories, and she had indeed visited the monastery. I was frozen for a bit when I smelled my grandmother's perfume while I was in the bathroom getting ready to wash my face. That's why I think it wasn't just a dream about my grandma, but it was in fact the spirit of my grandma visiting me. I miss both of my grandmothers because I never got to say goodbye to either of them. And I always felt so reassured that I would see them in my dreams, but I don't know how I would cope if I stopped getting visited by them. It's like I lost them again. Do you guys think this dream was a goodbye? It was around 5 p.m. and I had just finished a Zoom interview for a job, and I was preparing my plate for a late lunch. We had pasta with minced meat and tomato sauce, and I wanted to add a bit more salt, pepper, and sweet paprika to my plate. I grabbed the table versions, which are in nice shakers, but I changed my mind and put them back, and I used the shakers we use when cooking. I finished with salt and sweet paprika, and I grabbed the pepper. One moment, the shaker is filled halfway, and I see it. And at the moment I have it in my hands, and I shake it to pour some on my plate. Nothing falls, and I open my fist to see the shaker empty. What the hell? I just blinked and turned around. I wasn't too tired or had anything happen to my vision. I'm 100% sure the pepper shaker was filled halfway, not empty. How can it be empty? I have experienced glitches in the past, but this quickly things change? Never. The shaker was made of glass and it was clean. Nothing on the outside that could confuse me. I asked my parents if the pepper shaker was empty and they said yes for a month now. And they use white pepper instead of black pepper. Or they use the mixed peppers to the food because the supermarket has a shortage of the black pepper we used since last month. Did I see into the past? Or a different timeline? Is this considered a glitch? Because I do consider it. Any other theories of what could have happened? My dad is the second eldest of 4 sons, and when my grandma was pregnant with them, they lived in this old house. The house gave my grandma all sorts of negative feelings and horrendous night terrors. For some reason, this large mature tree always seemed to be the focal point of her dreams. The spirit wanted her and my uncle gone, and they wouldn't leave. My grandma would hear creaking floors. She would see shadows all over the house. Heck, she once had a 40-pound bag of potatoes freeze solid in her pantry. Her pantry was in the centermost part of the house, so nothing in there should have froze, and literally only the potatoes froze. The nightmares of my uncle and herself getting hurt started taking a toll on my grandmother's health. And keep in mind, at the time, my grandma was pregnant with my dad. One night, she had a dream where my uncle was literally found dead by this tree that factored into most of her dreams. And the dream highly hinted at bad things happening to my grandma and dad had they stayed. My grandmother had enough and took herself, my uncle, and moved out in short order. Nothing bad happened to them, but that house is something my grandmother never forgot. And she still recalled the dream vividly when she told me about it over 40 years later. And now sometimes we get spooked when we notice my grandma's spirit has come to visit. But at least we all know she means us no harm, unlike the entity of the house from when she was a young woman. Last week, I was going to bed around 1:30, and I came out of the bathroom upstairs and had my AirPods in listening to Precious Jam. Then I heard voices from the bottom of the stairs, and I was like, has someone broken into my house? So I went down and searched the house, except my living room, because that's where I thought the voices were coming from, and I didn't have enough courage to go in yet. I searched and saw or heard nothing around the house. Now it's worth mentioning my house isn't small, like it's quite big, and it's really old. It was an old military office, as I live in an old MOD garrison. Anyways, I walked into the living room, and then in the dark the voices stopped. I asked if anyone was in there, and got no response. Then the TV turned on and then off, and repeated this process 3 times more. Now I'm no way a small guy, and I wasn't scared of a confrontation with another human, but whatever was in that room was not human, and not nice. The room felt unusually hot, and it's never hot in there. Then I proceeded to try and turn the TV off, and the remote wouldn't respond. Then I hit the remote and it turned the TV off, but then the TV turned back on, switching the Discovery channel, with the TV program saying no, mid-sentence. Now I know this sounds fake and no one in my family believes me, and that's why I'm here to get some understanding. But unfortunately, this experience wasn't over. My old cabinet opened and then closed, and it did it several times and very, very violently. At this point I left the room and wanted out, as the room didn't feel at all welcoming. After this I went to bed and could still hear the voices that I was hearing before, but the voices were not readable. Anyway, in a last bid for peace, I went down and got a picture of my recently deceased relative and put it on my refrigerator. And I know it sounds stupid, but after that, I've had no such experiences. And my house feels safe again. I just want some sort of help or answers for experience, because I've been troubling me and my girlfriend ever since. I'll give you a little backstory. From the ages of 20 to 25, I'm now 27, I worked in a very old nursing home that used to be a farmhouse or slaughterhouse in the 1800s. And it's in the middle of nowhere. I worked night shifts with my best friend and flatmate. There was one night where we were short-staffed, so there were only me and my friend and one nurse. It's a 38-bed home at full capacity. There's an old side and a new side. Nurse is doing a sleep shift, so she's asleep on the new side of the building. At 2:45, we start doing our rounds, checking the residents. Me and my friend never leave each other's side. We're both terrified of the old side of the building. It just has a dark energy and heaviness, like someone sat in your back. We start on the ground floor, working our way from the bottom end of the corridor to the top. Before going up the back stairs, we leave empty cups at the top of the corridor by the lift. 6 cups. We make our way up the stairs, starting from room 11A, round to 18. We left room 15 till last, as we could go down the back stairs into the kitchen next to that room. We go in to check a resident and offer fluid and fill out paperwork. I'm standing by the bedside where my friend sat in the chair. Time check, 3:33. We both look at each other and make a silly, ghostly sound. I'll never mock again. I feel a cold breath in my ear and a dark growl. I freeze my friend, turning pale as she sees the room get very dark around me. We both calmly exit the room. We take the back stairs down into the kitchen, right out the kitchen door into the smoking area, to process what the hell just happened. Neither of us know what to say. We had heard noises and stories from others, but laughed it off. We go back in to collect the cups by the lift. I shout at my friend to come see what I'm seeing. 6 cups we left. There were 4 now. She opens the kitchen door to me, and 1 cup lifts up and is thrown down the corridor to meet the other 2. I must tell you now, no residents on that floor were mobile, and only staff can access through the doors. We were the only staff there. The nurse is still asleep on the other side of the building. We walk down the corridor, collect the cups, and go back into the kitchen. Put the cups in the sink, and there's a flickering shadow like a moth around a light bulb. There is no moth in sight, no windows open. We went back to the sitting lounge where we waited for what felt like days for the morning. We haven't told many people this story, as I know it sounds absolutely crazy. I never slept for a while, kept waking up having strange dreams, feeling dark energies around me. My boyfriend woke me up one night, shaking me and shouting at me, saying there was a tall woman with a hood hanging over me. He doesn't believe in anything like this and is very close-minded when it comes to these things. He was nearly crying with fear. Another dream I had was a sort of astral projection. I could see myself asleep and also see myself sitting on the floor at the bottom of my bed, with my head in my hands crying. I suddenly am back in my body being dragged out of bed by myself, reaching for my phone under my pillow to call my friend in her room when I wake up. I wake up with my phone in my hand, open on her contact. I put on all the lights and went into her room to sleep with her. I'm terrified of having another dream like that, and I now hate sleeping alone. Everything started when my brother and I were fairly young, around when I was 6 or so. My mother heard a metal-on-metal knocking below her at night. It was strange, because she said it sounded as if it were below the house, where we slept peacefully. She claims to have heard them many times at night when we were younger, and it started to stop as we grow older. However, after I was told this story almost 2 years ago, I went to bed and heard exactly what she did. It scared me so much that I had to sleep in the same room as her. My mother, brother and I talked about this the next day over lunch, after I heard the knocking. She and I tried to explain to him what we heard. Immediately, he shot up and remembered that in the woods behind our house, he and his friend found 2 closed bunker-like doors that go into the ground. We immediately went on Google Earth to find them, and sure enough, he wasn't lying. What's really strange is that for years, there have been military helicopters and planes flying over our house and directly over the bunker doors, ever since my mom heard the sounds. As the years went on, she would hear the noise less and less, and we wouldn't see the planes and helicopters as often either. But for some reason, recently everything has been coming back. Both my mother and I heard the knocking, and there were planes that flew over us. We believe that there's a hidden government bunker underneath us, something from the world. Who knows what's down there? My dad doesn't believe any of it. To make matters even weirder, my boyfriend mentioned the fact that the train station is only a few minutes from our house. Perhaps they built it close by to ship supplies here via locomotive to build the bunker. It happened in early June. My grandfather had passed away a little over a few days ago, and in order to not make my grandmother feel alone, I slept with her for a couple of nights. Very often, I have problems falling asleep, and I happen to hear noises in the house, such as creaking, sometimes even footsteps and voices. But I've never given them much weight, always considering them as auditory hallucinations. That night, I fell asleep earlier than usual, only to wake up in the middle of the night disoriented, In my confusion, I saw a figure next to the bathroom door staring at us. I immediately panicked. At that moment, I thought that someone had broken into the house, one of my biggest fears. But at the same time, I thought that it could be the spirit of my grandfather, even if I immediately dismissed the thought, because although I find these things interesting, I've always been a bit skeptical. I remember my dog was quiet. He slept, and it is said that animals warn if something is wrong. So I tried to calm myself by closing my eyes and telling myself that I was just imagining it. But when I opened it again, the figure was still there. I saw him approach the bed and sit on the edge. I felt the bed sag under his weight. He was looking at my grandmother, who was sleeping next to me. I saw him take a breath and clap his hands against his thighs, as you do in a moment of despair. I was totally panicked and closed my eyes again. I don't know how much time passed precisely, but when I opened my eyes again, I turned on the light as fast as possible, and no one was there. About a year ago, my boyfriend and I started having issues with shadow people in our apartment. It was really bad. We never had this issue anywhere else, and tried everything from the internet. Nothing worked. Most things just made it worse, and I started going prematurely grey from stress and lack of sleep. I was once in the bathroom brushing my teeth when my shirt was yanked from behind, then lifted up over my head and face. I've never before run out of a room due to fear, but I did just that. Anyway, it was a crazy experience, but we figured it out and now have next to no activity. If you're suffering like we did, feel free to reach out directly. I really wish we had someone to advise us when this thing was happening to us. Essentially, we eliminated dark corners and increased light sources overall. Burning cedar did help some. Finally, we were able to get a priest out to bless the apartment. We aren't Catholic, and it did take months, but we figured it couldn't hurt. Had zero faith it would have an effect, because praying, reciting rosaries all night, etc. did nothing. Took the priest all of 10 minutes to do his thing, but 2 days later, everything stopped suddenly. That was a year ago, and still nothing. I literally just emailed the local churches, asked for a house blessing, and waited for one to accept my request. I only received one response. I'm not religious at all, but did go to Catholic school for a few years, which made me think of reaching out. Something to try if you're desperate. This story features my grandmother that passed away around 2006. We weren't the closest. She didn't treat me the best, I'll say that. But we've since made peace when she came to me in my sleep on another occasion. She often visits me in my sleep for some reason. So I find myself in this apartment-like place with my grandmother and some unknown man I've never seen before. He was a white man, maybe 6 feet tall, slim build, little to no hair, just strands, with a solid coloured jumpsuit on. From my surroundings, this place where I'm at looks to be futuristic yet dystopian. Just really run down, like it's just not a safe area. Seems like a lot of crime happens here. Grandma and this man were talking about some place or planet far away, and the things they were saying didn't make sense to me. They were talking from a point of view that they've both been there before at the same time. As I'm standing there listening to their conversation, I'm trying to connect the dots and make it make sense, because you'd have to travel there by spaceship. It just didn't make any sense because as of now, we haven't even landed physical people on Mars. We're so far off from anything close to that happening. So I had a confused look on my face because what they were saying wasn't possible. My grandmother saw the confusion on my face, then Grandma looked at the white guy and said, "You want to tell him?" The way she swung her head over to look at him, it was almost like, oh, the little small brain kid has no idea what we're saying. It's like we're speaking French. Like I was beneath them. He kind of let out a sigh a little, but was willing to summarize so I could get the basics of what they were talking about. He was trying to explain the propulsion system of the ships they use to fly in space, and how it works, and why we people on Earth right now don't understand it. But it was almost like it was just too complex for our human brains to even understand the details of it. He's using all these big words that even the best scientists we have now wouldn't fully understand. He was saying stuff like comparing to what we have now and what they have. How our ships thrust out the back, as theirs don't necessarily need to do that. A lot of stuff that I couldn't exactly grasp because it was so advanced it didn't make sense to me. He was trying his best to explain it and was being patient with me. He didn't get frustrated like I expected him to. He kept trying to just really couldn't retain the information, so we just moved on. As he's talking to me and explaining, I'm looking at his face, and one of his eyes was milky and large, the other smaller and had no pupil. He was a tall white guy, about early 40s. It looked like he'd been through some type of bad accident, like he'd been through a lot in life. Gave me a survivor/vigilante type of vibe. And he comes off almost like anxious and always looking over his shoulder, like he's just not safe and doesn't trust his surroundings. He starts looking at me hella weird and creepy, and he's peeping out of this sliding glass door he's standing in front of. He's looking out the glass frantically, like every 10 seconds. I'm not saying anything about it, I'm just observing him, like as if he knows something is about to happen. I'm really confused why he's acting like that, but I don't say anything about it. I just observe him. I don't want to be disrespectful and say something rude. All of a sudden, he sees something out of the glass door and he looks frightened. He's looking out the sliding door at something, and all of a sudden, his eyes turn all white with no pupils. Then he backs away out the front door into the hallway of this apartment, outside the unit, as if he's trying to control himself and not hurt anyone. I look out the sliding door, but I don't see anything. But I can feel this intense energy all around us, so something was there. It was evident that whoever or whatever he saw were bad creatures and not human. I didn't know this for a fact, but the energy I felt said this. I look back at him. He turns his attention back to me, and we also make direct eye contact. Then I'm immediately frozen, and I'm filled with complete terror. Whatever he was looking at outside has consumed his body and soul. Then he charges towards me. I try to scream, but I'm like paralyzed, and no screaming is coming out verbally, just in my mind. Then a big flash of bright white light happens. Then I'm almost slammed back in my body in my bed somehow. Heart racing like never before, my heart's beating so fast that it's making my chest physically hurt. I'm scared, sweating. Soon as I wake up from the terror and realised I was in bed, but still scared from what I had just experienced, and started questioning how real was that? What the fuck was that about? Just at a loss for words. Something told me in my head, your phone is about to ring. A voice said it about 3 times over and over, your phone is about to ring. I look over at my phone that was on the floor, about 5 feet away from me, and just like the voice said, 10 seconds later, my phone starts ringing. My stomach dropped. I'm just at a loss for words. But I answered, it's some lady asking for someone named Willie. I don't know anyone by the name of Willie. The number wasn't saved. So I usually don't even answer unknown calls, but I just did this because the voice that told me it was about to happen. So I was curious. It's been a few months since this happened to me. I haven't told anyone. I've had many dreams and nightmares before, and when I wake up, I can easily conclude that that's what it was. This was something different. I've had relatives who have passed come to me in my sleep before, yet this doesn't fit in any of those categories. One of my sister's best friends, whom I had known since I was around 11, passed away in a car accident. We only had a 2-year difference in age, so I always hung out with them. I always really looked up to her and admired her for her quick wit and amazing sense of humour. As we got older, we would party all together as well, and me and her both smoked a lot of weed. I still do. I'm a lifer and I'm dedicated. Anyways, I was 20 when she passed, and honestly, losing her affected me really deeply. I've always been someone who has had odd experiences, and I feel I'm extremely connected spiritually, so I had a feeling she would visit me, or show me she was near me in some way, and boy, did she ever. Within days of her passing, she was fucking with me. Multiple times she would flicker my lights until I actually yelled for her to quit it, and instantly, no flickering. I'd be listening to music, and this girl always switched it to her favourite songs. But the thing that really got me, she would retrieve my joint butts after I would toss them and bring them back to me. 2 instances of this are my favourites. One time, I had a friend of mine staying over, and we smoked out on my front porch. I walked across my street and tossed it. Me and my friend would go upstairs to find my bedsheets drawn back perfectly, folded with the butt and a lighter sitting there. My friend nearly shit her pants. The second time, I was at her cousin's house. Her cousin was in the hot tub with 3 other friends, and I stayed out and smoked. I went around the house and tossed the butt over the fence. I literally told the girls as I did that our girl was doing this to me, and to wait for it, because she would definitely show it off to them too. I sat for like 5 minutes and got the urge to look down at the table, and there it was. All the girls were stunned, while I just said, my typical, "Girl, I love when you can join me for the ganja." I passed by her crash spot twice a day, to and from work, and blow her a kiss to heaven every time. So my workplace is a former injection molding factory in a fairly nice city. I've been working there for about 4 years, and I can say almost conclusively that it's haunted. I've been the only person in that building many times, but I've never felt alone there. Whatever presence is there seems to be shy or slightly mischievous, as it only makes itself known around a lone individual. Here are a couple stories. One morning, I was making coffee in the kitchen when I saw out of the corner of my eye somebody walking into the kitchen. I pour my cup and turn around to give my good morning, and nobody was there. I walked out of the kitchen, no one. Hi bay, no one. I checked the virtual login. I'm the first one there, and at that time, the only person who had clocked in and out for 12 hours. The lead facility tech was clocked early one morning when he noticed handprints very low on all of the glass doors in the hallway. He grabs some Windex and a squeegee and comes back to the area. He crouches down to clean up the mess when he feels a cold, like the most bitter winter night, pass straight through him. He took 2 days sick leave and refused to clean a window after that. The head of HR worked late and was arming the security system when the system notified her that a door was open and she needed to close it before arming. This door was on the roof. She climbs the stairs, closes the door, and on her climb down, she hears strange sounds coming from the fabrication area on the 2nd floor. It was a radio. She couldn't see it in the darkness, but she could hear a radio panning through stations by itself. She took it out of there. I stayed very late one weekend, operating a CNC lathe, and around midnight, I started to feel very watched. I didn't feel alone at all, but I tried to ignore it because I still had 4 more hours of part-run time. Sitting at a desk, I suddenly felt as though someone was right the fuck behind me. I turn around and freeze in absolute terror. There was nothing physically there, but all my senses told me there was something inches from my face. The breeze from the factory air system faltered, and the general din of a facility with many large machines was muffled. It was like I put my face right up to a glass wall. I punched the big red emergency stop button on the lathe, and I booked out of that place as fast as my ass could go. This happened around 10 years ago when I was still in high school. My friend's family had a cabin at a beach community. It was a gated community, so there were numerous cabins, a pool, a mini shop, and lighted paths that would lead to the beach. We went numerous times to spend the night there. It was a big property, so we decided to play a game. Team A starts at the beginning of the complex, while Team B has to scare them somewhere along the route. It was around 2 to 4 a.m. Not quite sure what the time was. We really wanted to stay up all night just because we were high schoolers, I guess. It sounds like a stupid game, but oh well. We split up into 2 groups. 4 of us would hide, and 3 of us would make the trek down the community to get to the beach. The first round went pretty smooth, nothing out of the ordinary. But the second time was when things got creepy. It was my group's turn to scare the team walking down, so we hid close to a couple of parked cars. Next thing, we received a phone call from one of the searchers, and this is how it went. Them. We see you guys, come out, it's our turn. Us. No you don't. We don't see anyone near us. Okay, jump. We thought it was a trick to make us expose ourselves, so we didn't jump. We see you, you jumped, do a squat. Once again, we didn't follow the directions. Yep, it's you. We see you, come out. We haven't done anything. Where are you? By the pools. We're nowhere near the pools. We're by the parked cars. We met up with them, and they said how a dark, shadowy figure was where they thought we were, hiding behind a pool chair. At first it was crouched down, somewhat hidden. But as our friends called us over the phone and told us what to do, this thing perfectly followed their requests. They weren't close enough to hear that a regular person could have heard them speak. Additionally, the entire night we didn't see another person there with us. Who else would jump and squat on command? Both groups booked it back to the cabin. We're also sure that they're telling the truth, because they didn't want to leave the cabin the same night. We asked them multiple times after as well, and all of them supported their stories. My cousin and I were kids last time I was in the neighborhood. We were chasing each other with marshmallow guns. It was hilarious. He shot a marshmallow into my mouth because I was laughing at him so hard. Well, anyway, we came across this cool looking mailbox kind of thing, and we decided to go look at it. I'm not sure what year this was exactly, but we only had 3 Harry Potter films at the time, and camera phones were not that great quality. We open the mailbox, and we find that it's just got candles in it. Cousin looks at me. He asks why there's candles in this thing, and what is it? I say I don't know. Next thing we know, we hear this evil sounding laughter. Like this would make a comic book villain run. We thought it was his older sister just messing with us. We turn around and there's nobody there. A Raggedy Ann doll is waving at us and starts running at us. My cousin and I ran like hell back to his house. He's in tears and I'm covered in sweat. Our parents ask us what's wrong. I'm not about to tell my folks that a doll ran me off. Cousin tells his parents, and then they come in to talk to me. I was a known prankster, so I thought that they were going to accuse me of messing with their kid. Instead, they asked me about the box. I told them that we were at that thing and the candles weren't lit. They nod their heads, they talk to each other in Spanish, and then they tell my mum and stepdad. The 4 adults nod their heads at me. This mailbox was pretty much a Catholic shrine that must be lit daily, or else stuff like what happened to my cousin and I would happen more often. Fast forward to 2019, I have to go back to that neighborhood for a food order. The shrine was lit, but I still felt like I had crossed into some strange other place. I'm an animal lover. I have been my whole life, well, as far as I can remember, that is. Growing up, my parents and I had a lot of pets. Dogs, cats, hamsters, chickens. We even had a pig named Bubbles that lived in the house with us for a little while. But he wandered off one day and never came back. Anyway, When I graduated high school, I realized it was about time I moved out and started my own life. I had gotten a job at Chelsea's, a small family owned restaurant in town, when I turned 16, and made just enough money to rent a room somewhere. So I did. I rented a room off Jack, a co worker of mine from Chelsea's. It's a small studio apartment over at the garage. Now, Jack has only 3 rules: no drugs, no alcohol, and no pets. So I had to get used to not having any animals around. It was a little depressing, not waking up to a little fuzzy face licking your nose. Anyway, the other morning, I was walking out to my car, leaving to go to work, when I saw this tan and white cat sitting under the bush at the bottom of the stairs. "Hey kitty," I said as I waved to it and proceeded to work. I told myself as I was driving, if the cat's still there when I get home, I'll pick it up, put it in the car, and take it to my parents' house. Well, I got off of work around 4 a.m. and drove home, and sure enough, the cat was still there. I knelt down beside the bush and extended my hand under it, as if I was going to pet the cat. "Hey there, little buddy, are you hungry?" I said. Suddenly, it lunged forward and bit me between my thumb and forefinger, hard enough to draw blood, and then took off across the yard. "Son of a bitch!" I screamed, as I covered my hand with my other hand, ran up the stairs, opened the door, and ran into the bathroom to clean it up. It really hurt bad. Anyway, I stopped the bleeding, poured peroxide on it, dried it off, put gauze over the bite, and then wrapped my hand in a bandage. Now, I've never been one for going to the doctor. I mean, if I can't walk or breathe or see or anything like that, then yeah, I'd go. But other than that, I just man up and deal with it. Anyway, I was watching TV, eating my dinner, when I realized my hand was swollen and turning purple. I took off the bandage and the gauze, letting it air out for a while, hoping the swelling would go down. By the time I went to bed, the swelling had gone down a little. Now this is where everything began to get weird. I woke up this morning, and I rolled out of bed, landing on my hands and knees. I began to walk the kitchen like that, until I realized what I was doing and stood upright. What the hell, I thought. I walked to the kitchen to get a drink of water because my mouth was extremely dry. I grabbed a cup from the cabinet, turned on the cold water, filled it up, brought it to my mouth, and began to lap it up with my tongue. I again realized what I was doing. I then threw the cup in the sink. The water splashed back on me. It hit my skin and freaked me out. I stepped back quickly so as not to get hit by any more. What the fuck is wrong with me? I said to myself. I then looked at the bite on my hand. It was bright red and pulsating. Suddenly, I picked up a scent. I began sniffing the air around the kitchen into the living room and finally the bathroom. As I walked into the bathroom, I dropped down on my hands and knees once again and stuck my head between the sink and the toilet. And that's when I saw it. A mouse. It looked delicious. With lightning speed, I reached around the toilet and snatched him up with one swipe. I held him in my hand, the same hand that was bit, and proceeded to rip its head off with my teeth and chewed on it like a meatball. I was right. It was delicious. I finished the rest of him shortly after. I then attempted to stand up, but soon realized I couldn't. I then felt a sharp pain in my back. I fell over on my side as my body began to shrink. I screamed out in pain as I felt my back start to tear open. I turned my head around to see a cat's tail, a tan and white cat's tail, protruding from my back. I then returned to my hands and knees, or what I thought were my hands and knees, not only to realize I was standing on 4 legs, with human feet and human hands, at a much lower level than normal. I jumped upon the sink and looked at myself in the mirror. My head was much smaller and resembled that of a cat. My ears had moved to the top of my head, and my nose had withdrawn inside my skull. I watched in horror as fur began to cover my entire body, my face and my head, causing my real hair to fall out and land in the sink. I looked at my hands and feet, which were slowly turning into paws. I jumped off the sink and ran into the living room, past the open front door, opened my laptop, and began typing this out. I don't know how much longer I have before the full transformation happens. I'm going to run out of the door when it does. So if you see a white and tan cat in your yard, it's probably me. Please feed me. I promise I won't bite you. Jamie, there's a storm coming, I remember my mom saying as she yelled up the stairs. Every time a storm came through our area when I was a kid. I was maybe 5 or 6 at the time. I would drop whatever I was doing in my room, practically jump down the stairs, and run as fast as my little legs could take me out to the front porch. I would stand anxiously at the railing, looking up at the skies and wait excitedly for the storm to come. You see, I'm infatuated with storms, thunderstorms in particular. They're my favourite, but I don't know why. There was something about them that intrigued me. I thought it was the sound, or maybe the cloud formations, or maybe seeing the lightning bolts pierce through the skies, or maybe I was just nuts. I didn't know. Anyway, when I turned 16 and got my driver's license, my mom bought me a 1979 Ford Pinto. I don't care what anyone says, I love that car. I would watch the Weather Channel constantly, find out if a storm was coming, where it was going to hit, and then drive there. If it was close enough, and sometimes get caught in it as I did. It was so exhilarating chasing the storm. I almost wrecked my car a couple times trying to drive through the rain and wind. I didn't have any friends to hang out with. All the kids in school thought I was weird for purposefully driving into storms. Anyway, as I grew into adulthood, I seriously thought about becoming a meteorologist. That way, it would make it easier to become a professional storm chaser. That was until I found out all the different classes you had to take, and all the degrees you had to have. Nah, screw it, that's too much work, I told myself. I'll just do it for fun. Although you don't necessarily need a formal education to be a storm chaser, it does help when you're trying to be a professional one. Now that career choice was off the table, I knew I had to get a real job. You see, I flipped burger at Dino's, a mom and pop burger joint after school on the weekends, and all summer long when I was in high school. That's where I got all the money to pay for gas. But Dino's was not going to cut it a career. So once I graduated, I began filling out applications all over town. I eventually got a job working for 84 Lumber. That was the name of the place. I quit Dino's the same day. I saved some money, moved out of my mom's house, and rented a basement apartment off a co-worker. Anyway, I started out part-time as a floor associate, which is basically someone that walks around on the sales floor all day and asks people if they can help them find anything. It didn't pay much, but it paid better than Dino's. Now, I didn't know anything about lumber when I first started. That's a fancy name for wood, by the way. So I figured if I was going to make this a career, I had to learn everything I could and try to move up in the company as fast as possible. So I did. All the while, I still chased storms on my days off, if there were any. Now, I spent about a year working the sales floor and learning everything I could about lumber. When I was offered a full-time position, I took it. I don't know about other companies, but at 84 Lumber, only the full-time employees could move up to management, and that's where the real money was. I worked the sales floor for a couple years more, when the assistant manager position became available. The old assistant manager retired after 25 years and moved to Florida. I applied for the position and got it. I beat out 3 other guys that had been there longer than me. As part of the assistant manager's training program, policy states that all trainees must attend a week-long seminar and workshop at 84 Lumber's home office, located a few states away. Okay, no problem. My car should make it that far, I thought. I still drive around in that Ford Pinto I mentioned earlier. Now, my store manager called the corporate office and made arrangements for me to attend. I booked a week-long stay at the Weinhardt Bed and Breakfast, which was only a mile or so from the home office. I drove down there, which took about 3 hours. I attended the seminar in the workshop, got my certificates, and was driving home when it happened. You see, I always check the Weather Channel app on my phone whenever I'm out of town, in case there's a storm nearby. So before I left the bed and breakfast, I did just that. The app showed that the day was going to be bright and sunny, with no storm clouds in sight. Well, that sucks, I thought. Anyway, I left the B&B, got on the highway, and began driving home. Traffic was insane. I was about an hour into my trip when I heard what sounded like a sonic boom as the wind picked up drastically. So much so that it was hard to keep the car on the road. Several large box trucks as well as tractor trailers began swerving left and right. The wind was blowing that hard. The storm clouds moved in quickly at a speed I'd never seen before. Cool, I said excitedly. The app said there wasn't going to be a storm. I pulled over onto the shoulder of the road, stuck my head out of the driver's side window, and watched the storm roll in. I was directly in the middle of it. I was smiling ear to ear. The bright, sun-filled sky soon gave way to dark, menacing clouds as thunder began to roar. Only this time, the thunder sounded different. I don't really know how to explain it, other than saying it sounded like there were voices in the thunder. Well, not really voices, more like moaning sounds. I know, sounds crazy, right? My excitement began to fade and was replaced with concern. What the hell kind of storm is this? I thought to myself. Lightning soon began flashing in the almost completely black skies as the rain came pouring down, hard. The moaning sounds grew louder and more intense. I quickly pulled my head back into the car and rolled up the windows. Lightning then began crashing to the ground, mere seconds after each other, all around me. Several cars and other vehicles began pulling over on the side of the road, just like I was. Now, I could barely see the front of my car through all the rain. It was coming down that hard, and I was just sitting there. I can only imagine what visibility was like driving 55 miles an hour. Others continued driving down the road, but soon regretted their decision, I can only assume, as softball-sized pieces of hail began falling from the lightning-filled skies. I'd never seen hail that size before. I went from concerned to scared shitless. It began smashing into the vehicles, causing multiple car accidents. Now all I could basically see through all the rain were tail lights and headlights, all jumbled together, so I assumed there were accidents. The hail also began smashing the cars parked on the side of the road, including mine. It put a big dent in my hood, severely cracked my windshield, and busted out a headlight. I thought I was going to die. Chasing storms was one thing, but this was insane. Now, if it wasn't bad enough, here comes the fog, and I'm not talking a little bit of creepy fog. I'm talking about a complete blanket of bright white fog. Can't see anything fog. The fog was so bright that you had to squint your eyes. The moaning sounds were deafening at that point. I closed my eyes and screamed, "Stop!" But it didn't stop. It got louder and louder. I put my hands over my ears to try and drown out the noise. I opened my eyes. The fog wasn't so bright now. I began to see faces forming in the fog. Outlines of eyes, noses, and mouths. The mouths were opening and closing in rhythm with the moaning sounds. I was completely terrified. I then heard a voice from behind me. I couldn't understand what it was saying. I turned my head around quickly to see this creature, or more like this humanoid, sitting in the passenger side back seat. It was this huge black mass in the shape of a person, with arms, hands, legs, and feet, as well as a chest and a head. It had bright red eyes. It had no nose and no ears. Its mouth was open, revealing rows of razor-like teeth. I screamed again. As I was screaming, it raised its left arm and pointed out the windshield. "Look, my son," it said, in a deep, raspy, almost satanic voice. Son? I thought. I turned my head back around, looked out of the windshield, expecting to see the storm. But instead, I saw a single, solitary headstone about 10 feet in front of my car. There was no lightning, no wind, no storm. The skies were bright and sunny, and somehow my windows were rolled down and my car was undamaged. What the fuck? I said aloud as I jerked my head back round, staring at an empty back seat. The creature was gone. I hastily extended my right arm into the back seat area and began waving it back and forth. I don't really know why. It was more of an instinct than anything else. Anyway, I then heard that same deep, raspy voice come from in front of me. Look, it said, louder and more aggressive, scaring the shit out of me. I quickly brought my arm back in front of me and looked forward. There it was, squatting on top of the headstone. Look, it said again. I looked at the writing on the headstone. Donald Henderson, it read. Born April 27th, 1953. Died July 14th, 1988. Written under the dates were the words, Chasing the Storm. Wait a minute, I thought to myself, hanging my head. Donald Henderson, that was my father's name, and that was the day he died. Mom said he died in a car accident when I was 2 years old. What the hell? Chasing the storm? He must have died in a car accident while chasing a storm. That's why I like storms so much, because my dad did, and... My conversation with myself was then interrupted by a deep, raspy moaning sound. I looked up to see the creature now standing on top of the headstone. I leaned forward in the seat as it brought its left arm in front of itself, then extended it back in a presenting fashion, like Vanna White does on the Wheel of Fortune. Anyway, I looked where it was pointing and saw another headstone. Look, it said once again. I looked closer. It was the same kind of headstone, but the words were different. On this headstone was the name Jamie Henderson. Hold up, my name is Jamie Henderson, and I was born May 22nd, 1986, I thought. I was in complete shock. But the most shocking thing about it was the date it said I died. The date was July 24th, 2021. That's today's date, I thought. Chasing the Storm was written under those dates as well. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Is this for real? Am I really seeing this? Is that creature my father? I opened the car door and walked to the front of my car, staring at both headstones. The creature then squatted down once again, still on top of the headstone. It extended its right arm to me, as if to shake my hand. I was reluctant to do so. I mean, wouldn't you? Now, I've never backed down from anything in my life, and I wasn't about to start then. I slowly raised my right arm, extending my hand, until I was mere inches away from its hand. It suddenly lunged forward, grabbing my hand, as if jumped off the headstone. I tried to pull away, but its grip was too tight. It pulled me close. I blinked my eyes again, but when I opened them this time, I was staring eye to eye, well, eye to red eye, with the creature. Dad? I said questionably. I felt its grip tighten. Stop, it said, and then dissolved into thin air. I was left standing there with my arm extended. My eyes began to feel heavy. My body became lethargic, and then everything went black. I was startled awake to a constant tapping sound. I opened my eyes, back in the driver's seat of my car, back on the side of the road, all by myself. The tapping sound was a state trooper knocking on the driver's side window. I quickly rolled down the window and looked at him confused. Is everything all right, sir? He asked. Yes, sir, I'm fine. I just pulled over because I couldn't see through all the rain that was coming down from that storm that just came through. I must have fallen asleep, I said, knowing damn well that I didn't. Storm, sir? He asked. Yeah, that was one wicked storm that came through. He just looked at me funny. Sir, we haven't had a storm, or even any rain for that matter, in months. Have you been drinking, sir? He responded. No rain? No storm? What the fuck just happened then? I thought. Sir, I asked you a question, he said, in a very stern tone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, sir, I don't drink, I replied. But after what just happened, I think I might just start, I jokingly thought. Uh-huh, he said. License and registration, please, sir. I grabbed my wallet from my back pocket and took out my license. I then reached my glove box and got my registration. I handed both to him. He walked back to his patrol car, came back a few minutes later, and handed them back to me and said, "You're as clean as a whistle. Go on, get out of here, and drive safely." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir," I replied, started the car, and began driving back home. I decided to stop by my mom's house and ask her a few things about my father. I knocked on the door, and Mom answered. She invited me in, put on a pot of coffee, and we chatted while it was brewing. Each made a cup when it was done, and sat down at the dining room table and talked. "Mom, how did Dad die?" I asked. "In a car accident, son. I told you that," she answered. "What was he doing when he had the accident, Mom?" I asked sternly but respectfully. She looked at me. "Mom, answer me, please." She sighed, then said with a tear in her eyes, "He was chasing a storm, just like you do." "He took you out for a Father Sunday. You were supposed to go to the park. He called me from a payphone shortly after you left and told me that he heard on the scanner that a storm was supposed to hit nearby, and that he was going to take you to your first storm. I don't really know what happened. All I know is that lightning hit the base of a telephone pole, which fell on your father's car. When they cleared the pole and found his body, they found you underneath him, crying but alive. He gave his life to save you, son." She then wiped her tears, got up from the table and asked, "More coffee?" "Sure, Mom," I replied. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I don't want you feeling guilty," she answered. "You have the same passion that he did for chasing storms. I wasn't going to discourage you from that. I see a lot of him in you, son." "Thanks, Mom. But my storm chasing days are over," I said. She just looked at me funny. I then told her the story, except for the humanoid part. I just told her it was Dad. Anyway, she cried again. We talked about Dad for hours after that. I finally kissed her goodnight around 10 o'clock and drove home. I slept like a baby that night. I called my mom the next day and asked her if she could show me how to get to Dad's grave. You see, I didn't know where he was buried, and Mom never told me. She agreed. I picked her up, got some flowers from the florist, and we drove to the cemetery, about 45 minutes away. We pulled in and drove straight to the site. I was taken back at what I saw. My father's headstone just looked like one in the Premonition. There was an empty plot next to him with a blank headstone mark in it. "I'll be buried with your farm, Jamie, and you'll be buried next to us if you want to, son," my mom said, pointing to each gravesite. We placed the flowers on his grave, said a prayer, and left. Now, I'm still the assistant manager at 84 Lumber. I still drive that Ford Pinto. And yes, I'm still infatuated with storms. Even though I don't chase them anymore, they still intrigue me. I now sit in my nice comfy living room on my couch, watching the Weather Channel religiously and any storm-related videos on YouTube when I need a quick fix. I had a copy made of the picture my mom has on a nightstand of my father. I framed it and put it on my coffee table. So that way, Dad and I can watch the storms together. I should start this by saying that I'm highly skeptical of any supernatural experiences that I might have or investigate. But this was something different. I still can't explain it, and it's been well over 20 years since it happened. When I was a teenager, I was very into ghost hunting with my older brother and a small group of friends. We would take my mom's minivan, which we deemed the Grey Ghost, out on our expeditions around the southwestern edge of Ohio, in search of places that were allegedly laden with supernatural activity. For the most part, we'd end up just driving around, scaring the shit out of ourselves, with no real sightings or experiences ever occurring. We typically visited all the popular spots for ghost sightings that were written about in books and urban legends, but the outcome was always the same: nothing supernatural, until this one night. My brother attended Miami-Oxford University in Ohio, and because of it, heard the story about the ghost biker who haunts Oxford-Milford Road. It's well known that a drive on the roads surrounding Oxford can be dangerous. According to one legend, dangerous curves, oncoming traffic, speeders, and drunken drivers may not be the only things waiting for you on your trip. This tale begins with a young Oxford man riding his motorcycle on Oxford Milford Road. The man was in a hurry. He was going to propose to his girlfriend, who lived on Earhart Road. But fate intervened before the cyclist arrived at his destination. Missing a sharp turn, the motorcycle flew off the road, and he was decapitated by a barbed wire fence. It's said that the death did not deter the cyclist, and that he is still today trying to reach his girlfriend's house to pop the question. In order to see him, you should drive to the girlfriend's old Earhart Road home, currently owned by a Mr. Falk, and park facing south. If you flash your headlights 3 times, you may see the headlight of the ghost motorcycle focusing straight ahead, only to disappear as it approaches the fatal curve. If, by chance, the cycle light does not disappear, it's recommended that you drive quickly away in the opposite direction. So here we are, my brother driving, my girlfriend at the time, and her 2 friends as well as a cousin. We all went out to this road late one night after hearing the story and tried it for ourselves. I should mention that the road is not a heavily travelled road. It has no lines dividing it, and from my memory, was in disrepair. A cornfield runs along the left side of the road with a large ditch that divides it from the street. The few houses on the road are old farmhouses with denizens who are not keen on having kids run up and down the road chasing ghosts. There are only 1 or 2 streetlights on the entire road, and they're separated enough to offer no comfort from the dark. The road itself feels desolate and unnerving. At least it did in the 90s. We had driven a ways down the road slowly with feverish eyes, gazing out of all the windows, trying to find anything that seemed out of place. But the road was quiet. The field was still. We rounded a sharp curve that bends around to the farmhouse we were told to pull into. The legend we were going off of stated that if you pulled into this driveway and honked your horn, you'd see an apparition of a woman standing by the barn waiting for her husband's return. When we pulled into the spot, there was no discernible driveway, but only an old, dilapidated barn that had fallen long into disrepair. After parking the car, we flashed our lights and honked the horn, but nothing ever appeared. We were mostly just freaking ourselves out with our own imaginations at this point, and my brother was beginning to capitalize on our collective cowardice with jokes and jump scares he would try to pull. After a few minutes, we decided to turn around and start to head back out. But as we made our way back, my brother wanted to stop the car in the middle of the road, where the lights didn't reach in the dark. So we stopped the van, turned it off completely, and we sat there for a few minutes doing nothing. At this point, the van was full of our worried and excited voices. I hate to admit that I was the only other man aside from my brother in the car, but was also the most vocal about being totally piss-scared out of my mind. We were facing the main road, but still probably a mile or 2 back. My brother flipped on the lights a couple of times, and then turned them off, and we sat and we waited. What a stupid ritual to perform. In hindsight, I look back on all these little rules to make ghosts appear and roll my eyes. But maybe there is some mad science behind it. My memory still serves me well with this whole experience, because it was so strange. So after he did the light ritual, we sat there a bit longer and nothing was happening. But my brother noticed something as he was looking back to talk to us in the back seat, and he pointed it out. A good ways in the cornfield, we saw a small orange light. Looked like a lantern. At first, we began to explain it away by saying it was probably a headlight from a neighbouring street on the other side of the field. However, we were also seeing that the light was slowly floating through the field towards the road we were parked on. Again, we were thinking that maybe there was an access road we overlooked, and that a car was merely coming this way. But this road has no access roads connecting it that far back. What concerned us more was that there was a deep ditch along the side of the road that separated it from the cornfield. If it was a vehicle of any kind, The laws of physics demand that the light would dip down and then up to cross onto the road. But instead, the light seemingly floated across the ditch with no mind paid to the ditch. I think it took us some time to really grasp that a small orb or orange light just casually floated out of the cornfield and onto the road we were on, before slowly growing larger. We realized it was indeed a vehicle, and that it was indeed a single headlight, and our collective pants were shat. My brother, fueled by our worried cries to get the fuck out of there, began to start the van, but the van wouldn't start. I wish I could say I was embellishing on the story with that flourish of detail, but it would be a lie. The fucking van wouldn't start. I remember this well, because my brother became upset at all of us yelling for him to go, and told us all to shut the fuck up, as he turned the key again. The van did finally start, and my brother did finally gas it, and we were off. The light was pretty close by the time we took off, and I'll never forget how it bobbled like a bike's headlight does when it's on the road, but there was no sound. Just a bobbling headlight coming up behind us. I'll never forget how fast my heart was beating as that light gained ground on the old shitty van. We all saw it was, and we were screaming. Before you can exit to the main road, you have to pass a 4-way stop sign. On the opposing side of us, another car had entered the road. My brother made no attempt to stop at that 4-way, and we just barreled through it. I can still remember looking over at the car and seeing a kid, probably around my age at the time, with a white ball cap on, gazing out of the window at our van as we flew by with a face of astonishment. The headlight behind us also flew through the stop and continued its pursuit. A few moments later, the light simply faded away to nothing. Have you ever seen a light turn off and captured the light fading? Sounds weird, but your eyes capture that second or two that the light bulb goes dark. That's what the headlight looked like. It just faded out to nothing. The car we flew past had also disappeared, though that could be explained by a left or right turn. Still, it shook me. After that, there was no light, no bike, no vehicle of any kind. Just us making a terrified left back onto the main road and driving home. I was afraid that just seeing that meant that I let something in that would haunt me forever. And in a way, I guess I kind of did. Because even now, at the age of 38, I remember that night like it was yesterday, and it still stands as the only real experience I've had with the supernatural. So recently, I've been binge watching paranormal story times on YouTube, mostly from Loey Lane, Hayley Reese, Harmony Nice, and Shannon Rose, and it got me in the mood to share one of mine. A string of events have been on my mind lately, and after getting a tarot reading done, I feel like these events may actually be connected. Mind you, I've always been open to the paranormal, but without hard evidence to prove its validity. I tend to look at these experiences and their paranormal explanations as more entertaining in nature than something to be taken seriously. It does make for a creepy and fun story, so I thought I'd share. In the fall of 2013, I had begun to feel a presence in my home. Of course, feeling a presence is very vague and doesn't prove much, but I just had the feeling I wasn't alone. The feeling wasn't negative though, and it didn't scare me. If anything, it just felt like someone I knew. It felt familiar, comfortable, and safe. One night, I was getting ready for bed and I felt that presence again. I brushed it off, feeling hyper-aware of the shadows around me. Once I was in bed and I was trying to fall asleep, I was startled by the sensation that someone had just climbed into bed beside me. The bed shifted as if under someone's weight, but no one was there. Not knowing what to do about it, I simply pulled up the covers, rolled over, and went to bed. Every now and then, I'd also catch the outline of a person or movement in the corner of my eye, disappearing immediately. Though that never bothered me much, because it could have been anything. It was probably just a trick of the light or my imagination creating something out of a shadow. So I never thought much of those experiences, as they could be explained away really easily. But I guess it might be worth mentioning now. My boyfriend at the time was also beginning to spend a lot more time at my place. Sure enough, he began to feel this presence as well, which made me feel like less of a crazy person, because he was almost validating for me that something could have actually been going on. I never told him about these experiences either, knowing that he was a wimp when it came to the paranormal, and I actually liked having him around so often. The difference for him, though, was that the feeling wasn't so comfortable. It freaked him out, and he felt unwelcome and uneasy. Not wanting to freak him out further, though, I chose not to express that I was feeling a presence too. My way of dealing things, paranormal or not, is to pretend they don't exist, to ignore it until it goes away, and I tried to tell him to do the same. It did make me curious why our impressions of whatever was present was so different, though. Why was he so afraid of it, and why was I comforted by it? Maybe I was just a weirdo after all. Quite a bit of time goes by, and I'm nearing the end of the semester. It's our friend's birthday, and a bunch of us are going out, but I end up deciding to stay back to complete an assignment I had due at midnight. I finish my essay with 5 minutes to spare before the deadline, and as I breathe that sigh of relief after typing like a maniac, fueled entirely by coffee and adrenaline, I notice a text from my boyfriend. He's just letting me know that he'll be staying at our friend's place tonight, but that he'll probably need a ride home in the morning. Knowing this, I lock the doors and get ready for bed. Nothing is strange, nothing is out of the ordinary, and I fall asleep effortlessly. I'm gently awoken by the feeling of someone caressing my hip. The hand feels like my boyfriend's hands, large and meaty, and I assume it's him. I smile and let out a satisfied sound as I feel his hand slide over my hip, down to my thigh and back up to my waist. I enjoy the sensation with my eyes closed, still laying on my left side. I feel calm, loved, protected, and I feel happy that my boyfriend decided to skip out on the after party to come home to me. I wiggle my hips, inviting him closer, but he doesn't take the hint and keeps caressing me. "Come cuddle," I whisper. His hands stopped moving and now just rests on my hip. I turn my head to look at him. It's too dark to see any detail, but there's a window behind him, and the light coming in from the street lamps outside makes his silhouette visible. It looks like my boyfriend. The silhouette is tall, large, with broad shoulders, but when I look at him, he takes his hand away. I pat the empty space on the bed between me and him and say, "Come to bed." The way that his head and shoulders are positioned, I can tell he's looking directly at me. He doesn't respond. He just stands up slowly and starts walking around my bed and towards my door. As he's walking, I sit up on the bed and ask, "What are you doing? Come to bed." He stops at my door and turns to look at me, and I'm confused and a little frustrated with him. "Speak," I think. I begin to crawl to the foot of the bed and towards him as I say, "Where are you going?" But he goes into the hallway. Within a fraction of a second later, I'm in the hallway too, but I'm completely alone. I stop suddenly, startled that no one was in front of me, and so fucking confused. For starters, the hallway is too long for anyone to have walked down in the time it took me to turn the corner. My floors are also creaky as hell, and there's no way anyone could have walked down it without a sound. It just couldn't happen. I turn on the hallway light before going into the washroom, still hoping to see my boyfriend. But when I turn on the light, I find that it's empty. I checked every single room in the condo, turning on every single light, and came to the realization that I was completely alone. I sat on my couch in silence for a little while, thinking about what had happened. Did I just see a ghost? Did I hallucinate the whole thing? I even started researching the hypnopompic state, where someone wakes during the REM sleep cycle, but it described people speaking incoherently, and falling back asleep or hallucinating something for a few seconds. A common trait is that sleepers who experience this are usually in a confused and sleepy state, but I wasn't. I was wide awake, having a much longer experience than documented during hypnopompic, even continuing to hallucinate after getting up and walking. I stopped questioning and figured that it didn't matter anyway. Whatever happened, happened. I wasn't going to dwell on it. I did question why I felt so calm, though. I was confused, but I always thought that if I saw a ghost face to face, that I'd be more afraid. Throughout the experience, I just felt comforted, happy and protected. I couldn't stress how protected I felt. A week or two went by, and I hadn't even thought about what had happened, nor had I mentioned it to anyone. I passed it off as a hallucination and moved on, until one night, my boyfriend and I decided to binge watch some Netflix. We moved my mattress to the living room and set it down in between the couch and the TV, and we eventually fell asleep there. When I woke up, I looked around and saw my boyfriend sitting on the couch with a cup of coffee. He was already looking at me. He smiled and said, "Good morning." I smiled, but something about him seemed off. His body language read a little tense to me. "Is everything okay?" I asked him. He just shrugged, and the corner of his mouth curled into a half smile, as if he was trying to reassure me that he was okay, just not super okay. It was just some sleep paralysis again. It was just really fucking creepy, that's all. I can't seem to shake it off, he said. Sleep paralysis was pretty common for him. He'd have it once every few months. He was used to it, but it was always unnerving for him, especially when we'd hallucinate at the same time. "Want to tell me about it?" I asked, rolling over towards him. He tilted his head and described it to me. He said he'd fallen asleep on the couch a little after I did, and woke to find himself completely paralyzed. He thought to himself, "Shit, not this again," but was horrified to see that when he looked towards me, a shadow-like figure of a man was sitting on the mattress beside me. I immediately got chills, but didn't interrupt him. He said that it was watching me sleep, slowly using its hand to caress my hip. Normally, I don't fight when I get sleep paralysis. I've had it so often. I know that it's best to just try and fall back asleep. But it was touching you, and that fucked me up, he told me. He tried to scream at the top of his lungs to warn me or wake me up, but no sound came out. He thrashed his limbs about and tried to roll off of the couch and onto the mattress beside me, but no movement came. The figure even looked at him, like it found it funny how desperately he was trying to protect me, almost laughing at how powerless he was to do anything. Eventually, it went away, and my boyfriend was able to fall back asleep, but I was a little shook, to say the least. I sat in silence, sitting up beside him at this point, since the story was too rousing to listen to lay down. I bit my lip as I toyed with the idea of telling him about my experience, and eventually I did. I told him everything that I'd been experiencing, the hallucination I'd had, and how I was trying to ignore it all. He just sat there in silence after I told them, but after a little while he said, "That's fucked." I told him how it never scared me though, that it felt safe to me, comforting even. But he was just thought that it was weird. Eventually, we started referring to it as my ghost boyfriend, and it became an inside joke. Neither of us had any weird experiences like that again, but we did feel the same presence every so often. We'd ignore it every time. A few months had passed, and I was now at the end of my winter 2014 semester. I had left my city to go back home because my Uncle Norm had passed away. The wake was taking place all weekend, and the funeral would be on Monday morning. On top of this, I had a real hard-ass of a professor who literally would not give me an extension so that I could attend the funeral. So I had no choice but to pull an all-nighter and work around the clock to get my end-of-term assignment done. On Monday morning, my family left for the funeral parlour as I'd finally finished the assignment after working all night. I rushed to get dressed and wash my face, grabbed some coffee, and I ran out the door to drive the hour and a half back to my college to hand in my assignment. With any luck, I'd be there with 5 minutes to spare. That was enough time to park and run to his office. Eventually, I was 15 minutes away and ended up getting into a major accident. I had fallen asleep on the road and woke up to the sight of my car speeding 90 kilometers an hour directly into a rock wall, only a few feet in front of me. I don't even know how to describe the experience. I can barely explain it to anyone. I didn't feel afraid. I didn't think about the fact that I was about to die. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I felt like I'd gone into autopilot and that my brain was focused purely on survival. I used one arm to brace myself and one arm to shield my eyes from the glass. It felt like 1 second had gone by and the car was still, but later I'd learned that I'd done a complete front flip. Without a thought, I undid my seatbelt, opened my door, and sprinted. I'm not sure why I sprinted. I didn't think the car was going to explode or anything. I just felt like I had to run. I got about 20 feet away and just turned around to look at my car. The front was completely smashed in. My windows were completely shattered. The car was totaled, but for some reason, the driver's seat was in perfect condition. If anyone had been in the passenger seat, they surely would have been dead. I have no doubt about that. My mind had come back to me, and I remembered the adrenaline that can sometimes act as a painkiller. So I began to search my body for any injuries, but could find nothing but a bruise on my right shin. I even remembered that I had some weed in my glove compartment and didn't want anyone finding that. So I ran back to the car to grab it and was quickly able to bury it in the ditch nearby before a car even drove by. I hadn't even realised, but I'd had my accident literally 3 minutes away from a hospital, and the first 3 people to stop were all nurses from that hospital. I let a lady in scrubs examine me really quickly while the other person called the police, and another looked through my car to find my cell phone so that I could call my family. They were in the church during the service when I called and immediately rushed to meet me at the hospital. I was being sent out of precaution. I mean, at least I got that extension on my project, but damn. Initially, I didn't think surviving this accident was paranormal in nature whatsoever. But my parents, being religious, 100% believed that my Uncle Norman protected me. I thought it was a fluke. It was just the angle at which I hit the rocks, but I did thank my lucky stars that I was alive. Though I did still feel weird about the whole thing. It felt like I'd never even been in an accident, like it was just some dream I had, so I never really took it seriously. People asked me how it felt, but I didn't feel anything before, during, or after the accident. All emotion left my body during the accident. Even to this day, I don't feel really like it was really me, if that makes sense. I mean, obviously I knew it was me and my physical body, but it wasn't me. A few months later, my cousin had chosen to see a medium. He was really close to my uncle who'd just passed and was curious whether he'd come through in the reading. During the reading, the medium claimed that a man named Norman was coming through and that he was his uncle, which was pretty shocking to my cousin. I wanted to believe when he told me this, but a part of me remained skeptical until the media started talking about my accident. The medium said, "Your little cousin was in an accident during your uncle's funeral. He wants you to know that he saw it happening and was able to intervene and save her life. He says he had the help of 2 other young men." My cousin was intrigued and asked about who helped save me, and he said, "Your uncle recognizes one of the men. He says his name is Michael, but he didn't recognize the other man." At this point, I was a believer. Michael was my cousin who'd passed away about 4 years prior. My mum and I were literally crying as my cousin told us this. I'm even tearing up as I write this now because holy shit. Anyways, the medium had some other cool stuff to say about my uncle. After hearing about my uncle's passing, my dad and cousin got together. They bought my uncle's favourite beer, and they sat and drank as they shared stories. My uncle was always a prankster, and one of his favourite things to do was shake a can of beer and hand it to someone to open. At a certain point, they'd had 3 beers each. As they each opened their 4th beers, the can exploded all over them, and they started crying and laughing, because it felt like my uncle had been playing a prank on them all over again. The medium knew about this and said, "He's laughing as he tells me this, but he also wants you to know that he was the one that made those beers explode." The reading was just too wild. There was no way in heck that he could have known any of this. That being said, we always wondered who that third young man who helped save me was. I hadn't lost anyone in my life except Uncle Norm, Cousin Michael, and my grandfather, but he died an old man, not a young man in his 20s. 4 years have now passed, and it was only just today when I decided to get a tarot reading done. I had a few bucks to spare and thought I'd do it for fun. I asked about the spirit that my boyfriend and I had thought we'd seen, and I wish I'd taken a picture of the cards or remembered them better. But I do remember that I got 5 cards. One was about a soulmate, another about past life, another about protection, another about Mother Nature, and one about confusion. She commented on how the Mother Nature card seemed out of place, and she didn't know how to connect it to the rest of the cards. But she told me to see if I could connect it in any way later on. From this, the tarot reader gathered that the spirit I'd experienced was a confused spirit who had died a long time ago and hadn't moved on, but that he was a soulmate of mine from a past life. We'd been in love, and he'd died as a young man. She said that sometimes lost spirits are drawn to the souls of people they were connected to. So even though I had no memory of him in this life, our souls were still connected. She said that this purpose was to serve as my protector while he was around and to help guide me to my true purpose. She also said that it was likely that he'd moved on once he'd done that for me. She still didn't know what the Mother Nature card meant, but at this point, I'd made the connection. Around the time of the accident was also around the same time I'd gone vegan, initially for environmental purposes, and became an active member of the Green Party of Canada. And once I thought more deeply about the spirit itself, it occurred to me that I hadn't felt his presence since that time in my life. I also ended up finding out that my boyfriend at the time was cheating on me, which I felt could maybe explain why the spirit made him feel unwelcome and fearful. Either my ghost boyfriend was jealous, or he knew that this guy wasn't good for me. I don't know. I just feel like everything came full circle today, and I don't believe I can call myself a skeptic anymore. I mean, I'll always be a skeptic, but this? I don't know. I guess it could be a series of super specific and amazing coincidences, but at this point, it's too unbelievable to even be a coincidence. This all happened in the fall of 2011, when I was 16 years old. I was living in a nearby city with my mom, so that I could get a better education than the one I'd get back home. But we'd go back every single weekend to see my dad and little brother. One Friday, during the drive back home, I got a text from a friend of mine. She told me about a party that was happening that night, and asked me when I'd be home so they could come pick me up. I gave her time, and that was that. We got home, and as soon as we stepped inside the house, we saw my dad and my cousin sitting at the kitchen table drinking some beers. They're both cops on the res, so usually beers with his partner on a Friday evening means that they had a particularly tough week at work. Typically, the toughest cases to deal with are the child abuse and molestation ones, so a part of me felt sad immediately that something that bad had happened. They both looked tired and drained, but they were happy to see us. We say our greetings, catch up a little, and my dad asks me if I have any plans. I tell him about the party and where it will be, and he and our cousin shared a weird look. "Why are you guys making that face? Did something happen?" I asked. "I don't know. Should we tell her?" my cousin said, looking at my dad. He laughed, and they decided that I should probably know what's been going on, since I'd be going to a cottage pretty deep in the woods later that evening. They start with the first strange call they got on Monday night. An older woman called saying that people were outside of her house, knocking on all of her windows. She said she couldn't see anybody, but there must have been at least 3 people, judging by all the different locations of the knocking. They arrived at the woman's home, inspected all around the house, even checked the woods, but nothing came up. They tell her that it's probably just some teenagers playing tricks on her, and that there isn't much else they can do, besides patrol the area in case they come back. On Wednesday night, the same woman called again with the same problem. It had rained that day, and there was mud all around this woman's home, so they figured that at the very least, they'd find footprints, but they couldn't find anything. This is when they started feeling like something was off, because one of the windows where the woman was adamant about there being knocking was completely impossible to get to without stepping through this huge mud puddle. This is when they started to think that the woman was lying, but they just told her the same thing they told her a few nights prior. By Thursday night, everyone on the res had been talking about these strange experiences. It turns out, this woman wasn't the only one experiencing the knocking. She was just the only one to call the police. I mean, all of this was taking place on a res, so it wasn't long before people were linking it to supernatural occurrences. My dad was still sure it was just a group of teens pranking people, but then they got another call from the same woman for the same reason. They rushed over and were met with the same situation, except this time, the neighbour walked over looking pale as a ghost. He says, "Is this about knocking?" They notice he's a little shaky. "Yeah, did you see something?" they asked him. The man nodded and said, "You guys are going to think I'm crazy, but yeah." And he goes on to explain what he saw. He said that he'd stepped outside for a cigarette on his front porch when he heard knocking. He looked around to see where it was coming from, and when he looked to his neighbour's house, he saw it. There was a black figure standing outside the woman's window, looking into her home. He said it looked humanoid in stature, but completely made out of shadow. You could tell it was something solidish, but you couldn't make out any features on it. He stared at it, completely in shock, and watched the thing as it knocked a couple of times and then darted around the house, knocking on every single window. He said it moved too fast to be a human. It was practically a blur. It went around the house a few times and then ran across the road into the tree line, behind one tree in particular. The man was frozen, but he couldn't look away. It then leaned out from behind the tree, staring directly at him, with yellow eyes that reflected the light similarly to a cat's. And then it smiled, showing its small but numerous pointed and sharp teeth. I almost shit my pants, he had attempted to joke. Fast forward to Friday. Stories are being exchanged all over the res about other sightings and experiences people were having. On top of multiple people experiencing the knocking, there were also quite a few sightings with everyone describing the creature in the same way. One woman was bringing her trash bin to the road when she thought she saw someone in her peripheral vision standing near the trees. She walked back up the driveway and into her home, feeling like she was being watched. Right before she was about to open her door to go back inside her home, she looked back and saw two reflective yellow eyes watching her from the trees. She said it was about 5 feet above the ground. Another couple was driving at night, and they saw a humanoid figure standing in the middle of the road. As they got closer, they slowed down, and it turned around to face them. That's when they saw the reflective yellow eyes and the sharp, pointed teeth as it smiled at them. They stopped the car, too afraid to go closer to it, until they decided to just drive past it. Being on a narrow road, they drove past it with the figure being only a few feet from the window, staring at them the whole time. "Are you sure you still want to go to that party?" my dad asks, but my friends were already pulling into the driveway. I gave my family hugs and kisses goodbye, and they told me to be careful, but I felt fine. A common belief among native people is that negative energy attracts negative energy. Therefore, an evil spirit will be drawn to people with unresolved issues, traumas, and sinners, I suppose. If you're someone who's spiritual, self-aware, and basically a good person, that, in and of itself, will be protective. I get to the party, and within 20 minutes, the conversation shifts towards all the paranormal experiences people have been having. I'm really curious about what everyone has to say, because they have stories that I hadn't heard yet. But my friend couldn't hold her alcohol very well, and was crying about how she wishes she was closer with her brother. I was trying to make her feel better while listening to everyone's stories. One of the people at the party was related to the neighbour of the woman who was calling the police. The experience really shook him up, and my friend was just explaining everything that he was doing later on. For one, he smudged the entire home, which is something our people do when we're looking for extra protection against paranormal entities. He also went to visit multiple elders around the community asking for advice and any information they had on similar happenings. What we do know about paranormal experiences on the res is that they don't happen as often as they used to. If you talk to one of our elders, they have endless stories and even more advice to give about how to protect yourself compared to now. One of the explanations that was given to this guy about the shadow thing was that it was evidence that someone was doing an unauthorized shaking tent ceremony. If you don't know what that is, you can look it up, but it's basically like a Ouija board session that takes place inside a tent of some sort. People stand around the tent while the medicine man or medicine woman goes inside and asks questions. The tent begins to shake, and you can hear the voices of spirits coming through. I've never personally been to one because we haven't had a good enough reason to make one. But typically, our ancestors used shaking tent ceremonies when they were starving in the dead of winter and needed some direction on where the nearest food source was. My mom's been to one, and her story is absolutely crazy. She described multiple voices of men and women only speaking the native tongue, and they were upset that the people were doing a shaking tent ceremony when they weren't on the verge of death. The people there had to explain that they were only doing the ceremony to prove that it was real, as we'd been losing our culture as a result of residential schools. But the spirits were angry about this, saying that the bridge between the two worlds should never be opened unless absolutely necessary, because you don't know who you're communicating with. It could be evil spirits, and it could be good ones. It could be ancestors, but you never know. Anyways, the elders told him that the spirit crossed over into our world because of a shaking tent ceremony. Someone on the reserve has been doing them without consultation of the elders. So we started thinking about who would do that without proper guidance and without good enough reason to do so. Two of the drunkest dudes at this point start saying shit like, "Oh, I'm not scared. That thing could show up now and it couldn't do shit." Basically, egging it on. All of us were looking at each other like, why the fuck would you disrespect an evil spirit? That's exactly how you attract it to you. And that's when I decided to leave the sunroom where everyone was hanging out. I went to the living room to console my drunk, crying friend when I noticed that the rocking chair outside on the porch was going back and forth. I looked away immediately, refusing to make eye contact, but I did look at it from my peripheral vision. Anyways, I'm inside the cottage and I keep seeing this rocking chair going back and forth. But another thing we're raised to do in our culture is to ignore paranormal experiences. Spirits feed on the energy that people put towards them, so if you freak out, if you get angry, if you yell at it or start crying, that's exactly what it wants, and it will stick around once it gets a reaction. It thrives on energy of any kind. So while I knew someone fucked up was happening on the rocking chair, I wasn't about to pay it any attention. 5 minutes goes by, and I'm still seeing it move in the corner of my eye. That's when my friend screams, and she runs to the other side of the sunroom. My other friend sprints to where the girl was sitting and busts through the French doors onto the balcony. All of this happens in a split second, but I immediately go to the patio and ask what's going on. Girl is crying on the couch with friends all around her. She claims to have seen the spirit. She said she was listening to the boys talk about the spirit when she saw Boy's face as he was looking out onto the balcony behind her. She turned around to see what he was looking at, and directly on the other side of the window was the shadow spirit sitting on the rocking chair, smiling at her, literally 3 feet from her. That's when Boy sprints towards it and busts through the French doors. I walk outside to find Boy, and he's on the lawn, staring into the woods. I call his name and he looks up at me. All he says is, "Get inside, everyone," and the tone of his voice just makes me automatically obey. I get all the drunk teenagers inside the cottage. This is when the phrase "come at me, bro" was just gaining popularity, So you could imagine the drunk kids yelling that into the woods. It was terrible. I eventually get everyone inside, and the girl isn't crying anymore, but she's visibly shaken from the experience. Boy comes back inside and tells everyone to clean up, and that we should leave as soon as possible. Everyone has trash bags and are cleaning all the beer bottles and cans away. Everyone goes into the cottage, and it's only me and Boy in the sunroom now. I look to him for answers, and all he says is, "It's outside." I nod and start cleaning faster. The sooner we're out of here, the sooner we're away from that thing. As we're cleaning in the sunroom, we hear knocking on the windows in multiple places. The entire sunroom is made of glass, but it's dark out, so you can't even see outside. I immediately look to Boy, and he just says, "Ignore it." Within 2 seconds, someone comes running out of the bathroom and says, "I'll fucking kill whoever's outside knocking on the bathroom window." But everyone's inside and accounted for. Someone else comes running out of the bedroom saying that there was knocking on the window in there as well. Now, everyone's freaking out, and me, Boy, and our one other friend are the only sober ones to calm everyone down. We get the place clean and get outside to the cars immediately. Everyone's getting into the trucks, and I'm standing with Boy. He's relaxed, but then all of a sudden looks behind me and shoves me inside his truck. We peel out of the driveway and drop everyone off. A few days later, I end up hanging out with Boy, and he tells me the story from his perspective. He said that when the boys started talking shit about the spirit, it appeared on the rocking chair behind Girl. He said he made eye contact with it and couldn't look away. They were staring each other down, and that's when Girl saw Boy's expression. He said it was instinct to defend the people he was with and ran towards it. He said that the feeling he got was almost like he was daring him to do something. The spirit stood and ran into the woods, disappearing from the patio in a blur. Boy ran off the porch and was looking around the lawn when he saw it standing at the tree line, looking right at him with a smile on its face. He said the whole time it felt like it was mocking him. I called the boy's name and it disappeared. He didn't see it again until everyone was getting into the trucks, which explains why he suddenly pushed me inside. He said that it was standing on the far end of the truck, super close to us. Later that night, when he dropped everyone off, they realized that they never locked the door. So we went back to the cottage, but his friend was too scared to go in. Boy goes in by himself, but the second he opens the door, he sees this thing standing inside the living room. He locks the door as quickly as he can, and they peel out of the driveway. So yeah, sightings continued for a few days after that. We definitely weren't the only people on the res to have experiences like this. And then it stopped all of a sudden. It was the talk of the res. Everyone was curious about what happened to it. Would it come back? What was it? But word ended up getting around that there were sightings north of our community. White people in the town just north of us were having sightings. Then other reservations were having sightings as well. It was like it was traveling north, the way the stories were going. Anyways, it's 2018 now, and no one else with my reserve has had any sightings of this particular thing. Two years ago, my husband was sick for 3 weeks with a sinus infection or flu-like symptoms. He went to the doctors multiple times and they prescribed him different antibiotics each time. He didn't get any better. One weekend, he slept from Friday to Monday, only waking up occasionally to use the restroom. The next day, Tuesday, he was sleeping in the living room while I was in our bedroom. I could hear him having a conversation, so I assumed he was on the phone. All of a sudden, it sounded like he was yelling, so I rushed into the living room, only to find him sleeping. I went back to the room, and a few minutes later, I heard him speaking again. It sounded like he was calling me, so again, I rushed into the living room and asked, "Are you calling me?" His eyes popped open. He looked at me and said, "They won't let me sleep. I keep asking them to please let me sleep." He was very sick and speaking tired him out easily. He closed his eyes as I asked, "Who won't let you sleep?" He replied, "Dead people. I keep seeing dead people." I said, "Like the sixth sense?" He nodded and said, "They're here in the living room." I scanned the living room with fear. They're asking me for help. They want me to give messages to their families. I keep asking them to leave me alone. I just want to sleep. A lot of them are speaking Spanish, and I'm telling them, "I'm sorry, I don't understand you." We live in a predominantly Hispanic city. I felt his forehead and he was burning up. I took him to the ER and they did his lab work. The normal white blood cell count is 4 to 11,000. My husband's white blood cell count was 400,000. He is diagnosed with empal leukemia. The doctors couldn't believe he was alive, let alone conscious. They said he should have been in a coma or dead. My husband never had any dreams like that before getting sick. He saw dead people again, one more time while he was in the hospital, before he had a cold blue episode. It was the same thing, them asking him for help. I often wonder, were these hallucinations caused by delirium, or was my husband on the bridge between life and death? That because he was on the cusp, the veil was somewhat lifted. The first story is about a weird time loop. She and a cousin were driving down this road to go get some water, since there was also a natural spring around there. On their way back, their car stalls out and just won't start up again. This happened back in the 80s, so there were no cell phones you could use to call for help. So they started walking. They weren't too far, and they had plenty of daylight left, so it was fine. But as they're walking, they see another car stopped in the distance. They think, "Oh cool, we can get a ride from these guys." But as they got closer, they see that it's the same make and model of their car. They get even closer and they realize that, no, it's the same car. They're confused as hell, but can completely verify that it's their car by looking in the windows. The sweater she left in the back seat. The empty pop can her cousin was drinking out of. Everything inside was exactly as they left it, and they honestly just didn't know what to do. They hadn't turned off the dirt road at all. They hadn't even walked far enough to make it to another trail they could turn off. They thought it was weird, but figured they should just keep walking as if that's all they could do. They keep going, and sure enough, up ahead down the road, there's a car parked, the same as before. This time, they're tripping out, and they run up to it, and it's 100% their car again. Her cousin gets a stick from the woods and leaves it on the hood of the car, saying that if they keep walking and the same things happened, they can at least see if the stick would be moved. They take off walking, and it happens again. This time, the stick is gone, and they're like, "What the fuck?" She described feeling afraid that the loop would just go on forever, but it didn't. The next time they walked down the road, they realized they were able to walk further, and eventually made it back to the res. They got help and towed the car, but never got an explanation or figured out what really happened. She has no idea why the stick that they left on the hood of the car disappeared. They really have zero idea, and neither do I. The second story is about a UFO sighting she had with some friends on that same road. This happened years later after the first incident, maybe early 90s, and it was during the summertime. She and her friends were riding around in a car, having a few beers and listening to music. One of the friends commented that there must be a four-wheeler in the woods, but that it's weird since there's no trail there. They look to see what he's talking about, and all you see are these white lights emanating from deep in the woods. You can see that there's a source of light, but you can't see the object itself through the trees. The driver slows down and turns down the music. She described that there wasn't anything too alarming about what they were seeing at that point, but that there was a feeling that something wasn't right. And she said that everyone felt it because all of them got quiet as they looked out the windows, which were wide open. When things got quiet, they were able to hear a low humming. She had a hard time describing the humming, just that it was very low, but almost felt like ringing in the ears. They all heard it. They were silent looking at the lights, But then whatever it was shot up directly into the sky and they saw a UFO. This was so long ago. I wish I could describe more about how it looked. But she did say that the second it shot into the sky, it changed into all sorts of colours that seemed to rotate around the craft. It paused right above the tree line for a few seconds and then just took off right into the horizon. Lights changing again when it moved. When my wife of 17 years decided to leave me for some guy she met online, moved to some bumfuck town in Tennessee to be with him, and laughingly threw divorce papers in my face when she left, I thought my life was over. Now, during the divorce hearings, which my wife, or ex-wife, had to drive back from Tennessee to attend, the topic of alimony came up. At that time, I only made a little over $1,200 a month after taxes, as a janitor and baggage handler at the local airport in town. It was a very small airport. There was just me and another guy, as well as the owner that worked there at the time. Actually, it was categorized by the FAA as a basic airport. We just called it local. Anyway, we housed small propeller planes like crop dusters, personal use planes, things like that. The terminal was actually a double-wide trailer. Well, a modular home if you want to be politically correct. Which I don't. I haven't been politically correct my whole life, so I'm not about to start now. Anyway, it was a 3-bedroom trailer. One room was Mr. Reynolds' office. The second room was for storage. The third room, well, it didn't have a purpose. It was completely empty. The waiting area was what would have been the living room. The kitchen was a little snack and drink station, and of course there was a bathroom. Now, back to the divorce hearings. Wouldn't you know, my wife or ex-wife was kind enough to take half of that $1,200 for alimony, claiming she was single and unable to work to support herself due to severe IBS. You know, irritable bowel syndrome. She was lying, but the judge believed her anyway. Now, after the divorce was finalized, I had to move out of the house we were renting, simply because, without having another income coming in, I couldn't afford it anymore. The rent alone was $850. That was more than I even brought home a month after the alimony payment. I left almost everything behind. Most of it was hers anyway, and I sure as hell didn't want it. I packed an old duffel bag with my work uniforms, a couple pairs of socks and underwear, some t-shirts and a couple pairs of jeans, as well as my phone charger, my toothbrush, toothpaste, razor and shaving cream. I put all my CDs, DVDs and the DVD player in large Scott's paper towel box that I got from the creepy old grocery store in town. I then threw the duffel bag in the trunk and gently placed the box in the front seat of my car. After I moved out, I slept in the car for about a week or so in the parking lot of the airport and took an Amish bath in the bathroom every morning. Don't judge. The morning after the last night I slept in my car, which was a Friday morning, I was mopping the floor in the waiting area when the owner of the airport, Mr. Reynolds, came up to me. Mr. Reynolds is an older gentleman, mid to late 60s, married with 3 grown children, and a really nice guy. He's the reason I stayed working there. Anyway, he came up to me and said, "Hey Richie, I know it's none of my business. I'm just worried about you, son. But were you sleeping in your car this morning when I came in?" I was a little embarrassed to answer, but I finally did. "Yes, sir," I said, and hung my head, feeling small. He just stood there. "It's a long story, sir," I said, still hanging my head. "Come back to my office, Richie. Let's talk about it, if you don't mind. This floor can wait," he said. I told you he was a nice guy. Anyway, I put the mop in the bucket, pushed it over into a corner, and then followed him back to his office. He opened the door, walked in and said, "Have a seat, Richie." So I did. That was the first time that I'd ever been in his office. It was your normal, outdated office. There was a huge grey metal desk in the middle of the room, with My Little Pony stickers on the front of it. I don't want to know why those were there. On top of the desk sat an old Radio Shack TRS-80 computer on the front right corner. A framed picture of his wife and kids next to it, a desktop calendar in the middle, a coffee cup with pens in it, and a microcom radio. At least that's what I call it. I'm sure there's a real name for it, I just don't know what it is. It's basically a high-frequency radio used to communicate between planes in the terminal. Anyway, they both sat on the left side of the desk. There were 3 filing cabinets in the right corner of the room, with a coffee pot on top of the first one, a file sorter, full of files on top of the second one, and a small oscillating fan on top of the third, tan carpet on the floor. Wood paneling on the walls, and a white hard foam ceiling like you would find in any mobile home. A large fake plastic plant sat in the left corner of the room, with 8x10 pictures of vintage airplanes on the wall surrounding it, as well as a large picture window directly behind the desk, giving a clear view of the only runway. Anyway, he sat down in his big brown leather chair, cupped his hands together, leaned forward on the desk and said, "I can see you're upset, and I don't mean to pry, but what's going on?" I took a deep breath, let it out and replied, "Well, sir, my wife left me. Took half my check for alimony. I can't afford a place anymore, so I've been sleeping in my car, sir." He just looked at me with an "oh my god" look on his face. He then sat back in his chair. "Richie," he said, "how long have you been working here?" "Over 15 years, sir," I replied. 15 years? That's a long time. Even longer than I've been here. You never complain about anything, you never call out, and you do everything I ask. In my book, that grants you a little more privilege," he said. "Privilege, sir?" I questioned. "Now, it's not much, but it's better than your car. There's an old tool shed out back that the groundskeepers used to use. It's a pretty good-sized shed. It's got electricity and a linoleum floor. There may be some old tools in there. I think there's a folding cot out there as well. If not, I'll find you one." Why would there be a folding cot in a tool shed, I thought. Anyway, it's all yours, for as long as you need it. A week, a month, a year, 10 years even, if you want it, that is, he finished saying. "Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. The backseat is killing my back," I replied excitedly. "Come on, I'll show you where it is," he said, standing up and motioning for me to come with him. As I got up, the microcom began to make a loud, sharp, staticky sound a few times and then stopped. It scared the shit out of me. I jumped. "It does that sometimes," Mr. Reynolds said dismissively. "Come on." I just stared at the microcom with a what the hell look on my face. After a few seconds, I snapped back to reality. With all my years of working here, I've never seen a tool shed out back, I thought. We walked out of the office, out the back door, down the steps and towards the runway. After about 10 minutes of walking, I saw it. Now, when you think of the words tool and shed, you think of a small little 4 foot by 7 foot structure, right? Well, this thing was almost as big as the terminal. It was 8 feet in width and 17 feet in length, and yes, I measured it. It was huge as far as tool sheds go, that is. It had wood paneling all the way around it. Not that mobile home paneling like what was in Mr. Reynolds' office. No, that unfinished wood paneling that you get at Lowe's. Anyway, someone had painted it white and trimmed it with 1x4s painted black. The doors were the same way. It was sharp looking. There were 2 small windows with sliding panels so you could open them on either side of the doors, which were directly in the middle of the front of it and opened outward to either side. There were 2 more windows, one on each side of the shed, and 2 more in the back. And get this, it actually had a real roof. It was a peaked roof with real roof shingles, like you would see on an actual house. Now, I had actually seen that thing before, but I didn't think it was a tool shed. I thought it was one of those little houses that you see on TV and that someone was actually living in it. It was that nice. "Here you go, Richie. It's all yours," Mr. Reynolds said, patting me on the back. "Go ahead. Check it out." I opened the doors to see that the interior of the shed was completely drywalled and painted white, even the ceiling, with several electric wall sockets on the bottom of each wall. There was an old rusty saw, an 8-foot ladder, and a few sawhorses in the far right back corner. And yes, there was a small folding cot leaned up against the wall in the front left corner. "Oh my God," I said, completely amazed. "It's like a little studio apartment." "How much do you want for it, sir?" I asked. "Not a thing," he replied. "Like I said, it's all yours, and take the rest of the day and the weekend off, with pay, of course. You've had a rough time lately. Get some rest, and I'll see you on Monday." Really, really nice guy. "Oh, thank you, sir. I've got a little bit of money on me. I'm going to run down to Wally World and get some sheets and a pillow, sir. Thanks again," I said excitedly. "I'll walk back with you," he said, as he turned around and began to walk towards the terminal. I followed closely behind. We said our goodbyes as he walked in the terminal, and I continued to the parking lot. I got in my car and went to Wally World, got some twin sheets, a pillow, and a pillowcase like I said, and then made an unplanned stop at my old house. Technically, the month wasn't over yet, and I was paid up until the 1st. So legally, it was still my house. Anyway, I walked in, grabbed the TV, the coffee pot, and all the fixings. A few gallons of spring water, the microwave, some food, the mini fridge we kept in the bedroom, my dresser, a blanket, and the little blue table that sat in the hallway. It was my ex-wife's, but screw it. I needed a table, as well as the dolly that was in the laundry room that I used to move my dresser. How did I fit all that in my car, you ask? Well, my car was actually a 98 Chevy Blazer, so that's how. Anyway, I got back to the airport, unloaded my car, and put it all in my new place, including my box of DVDs and stuff. Now, pulling the dolly across the grass while walking backwards and trying not to drop the dresser was fun. That's a joke, by the way. Anyway, I arranged everything the way I wanted it. I unfolded the cot, put the sheets on and the pillowcase, hooked the DVD player up to the TV, laid on the cot, and watched a marathon of Ernest movies, thinking, I have everything I need right here in this shed. Well, except for a bathroom, but luckily there was one of those porta potty things close by. I don't know why it was there, but I was sure glad it was, especially in the mornings. Now, I laid around all weekend, watching movies, old TV shows I recorded, drinking coffee, and eating on occasion. I called Mr. Reynolds on Saturday to get my schedule, and he had me on all 5 nights, Monday through Friday. I didn't really care though, the night shift is easy, because no one else there. You gotta clean up, turn on the runway lights, and listen for pilots to call in and assist them if needed. Easy, right? You see, I don't care when I work, just as long as I work. Now, I walked to the terminal Monday afternoon, a little before 3 o'clock, punched in and went to work. Said hi and bye to the other guy. I think his name is Dave or something. Got my instructions for the night from Mr. Reynolds, then said bye to him as well. You see, the terminal is closed between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. If you fly in or out during those times, you're on your own. Anyway, the night was going well. I turned on the runway lights at about 7 o'clock. No planes had come in and none had flown out. I was cleaning up Mr. Reynolds' office at his request when it happened. It was about 9:30 at the time. The overhead light in the office dimmed just a little, then came back to normal. Power surge, I thought, and just blew it off. Seconds later, the microcom began to make another loud, sharp, staticky sound. This time, it didn't stop. No, it continued. I walked over to the desk and just stared at it. What the fuck? I said to myself. I then began to hear some very low screams coming from within the static. Not over the static, in the static. I'd never heard anything like that before. It was quite unnerving. The volume of the screams grew louder with every passing second until they were almost at a fever pitch. I covered my eyes and screamed, "Stop!" as loud as I could. Then it just stopped. I removed my hands from my ears. Dead silence. What the fuck just happened, I thought, starting to get concerned. Okay, it's a glitch. It's old equipment. Maybe there's a crossed wire somewhere, I said to myself, trying to rationalize what just happened. I took a deep breath, let it out, and continued cleaning the office, still a little freaked out. I began singing to myself to try and calm my nerves. I forget what song I was singing. Well, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, I was really getting into it. Then the microcom started up again. There was a loud popping sound, but then the overhead light began to flicker, like a strobe light on steroids. Mayday! 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 I'm declaring an emergency. Clear your runway now! I'm coming in! A very intense male voice said from the microcom. I quickly looked out the window to see nothing but the runway lights. No planes on approach and none on the runway. What the fuck, I thought. The overhead light then went out. The runway lights went out as well. I was standing there in complete darkness. I screamed, pulled my phone out of my pocket, turned on the flashlight, and quickly made my way to the door, completely scared out of my mind. I was just about to grab the knob when I turned back for some reason, just as this incredibly bright white light filled the entire room. I threw myself back against the door, closing my eyes, covering them with both of my hands, and falling down into a slitting position. Now, we've all had bright lights shined in our eyes a few times in our lives, right? We covered our eyes and could always tell when the light was gone, even with your eyes completely covered, right? Well, I sat there with my eyes completely covered for a good 2 minutes. Then the light was gone. I uncovered my eyes and opened them. The overhead light was back on in the office. Now, what I saw standing there behind the desk was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. The only way I can describe it is not of this planet. It had pale grey skin. It was tall, extremely tall. So tall that I had to lean over so that it could fit in the 8-foot-high room. It was quite menacing. It was completely bald, with 2 big, bulging, jet-black eyes that didn't blink. There were 2 small holes where a nose should have been, with no mouth and no ears. Its neck was about 2 feet long with some kind of knob or button on the right side of it. It was extremely skinny, with legs about 6 feet long and arms about 6 feet long as well. It had elongated fingers. I couldn't see its toes. They were behind the desk. It had what looked to be 2 small speakers side by side in the middle of its chest, with a red indicator light under the speaker on the left, and a green indicator light under the speaker on the right. I was completely, absolutely, and utterly horrified. I screamed repeatedly, fearing for my life. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me, I screamed. That thing then tilted its head to the side and began to speak as the red light began to flash. Now, the language that it spoke sounded like a cat coughing up a hairball. I stopped screaming and listening to it. A sense of calmness fell over me as I rose to my feet and stood there, staring at this thing, as it stared back at me, still speaking. It stopped speaking and just stared at me. I can't understand you, I said calmly. It then reached up with its right hand and pressed the button on its neck. Another staticky sound came from its chest, and then it began to speak. This time, I understood every word. Greetings, Earthling. My name is... something I couldn't understand. I am the ruler of the planet Zemplar. I come in peace. I wish you no harm, but make no mistake, I will kill you if I have to, it said. What do you want? I asked. I and the beings of my planet seek refuge here on planet Earth. Refuge from what? Now, never in my life did I ever imagine that I'd be having an intelligent conversation with an extraterrestrial being, but it was happening. From annihilation! My planet has come under attack by those seeking to take the only resource my planet has, water. So, you all want to come here? Nearly 75% of planet Earth is covered in water, and since I and the beings on my planet are made up of water, we will almost certainly survive here. So you're going to kill everyone on this planet and take it over? That is not our intention. We are civilized beings that intend to live among the people of your planet. How? We are far more advanced than any human here on Earth. We possess the power to alter our appearance. We can make ourselves look just like you Earthlings. As I stood there, I watched as, whatever its name was, shifted into what I can only describe as a human man, fully dressed and wearing glasses. He then waved at me. How the hell I began to say as it shifted back. Fucking cool, I stated. If you will allow myself and the beings of my planet to come to Earth, using this portal and live amongst you humans, saving the entire population of my planet, I will grant you the ability to achieve all of your desires, however big or small they may be. I thought about it for a while and then said, hell yeah, I'll do it. But you can only come at night. No one will see you then. Agreed, it replied. I then extended its right arm, extended its finger as well, and slowly moved towards me. I thought we made a deal, I screamed, as its finger touched my chest and then withdrew. I stood there trembling uncontrollably. Make a wish, it said. I slowly stopped trembling and said, I want a cup of coffee. I blinked my eyes, and when I opened them again, there was a cup of fresh brewed hot coffee with cream and sugar sitting in an all-white coffee cup on the edge of Mr. Reynolds' desk. I was completely ecstatic. I picked it up and took a drink. It was the best tasting coffee I'd ever had. Satisfied, it said. Uh-huh, I replied. Whatever its name was then shifted back into the man and looked out the office window. I went and stood beside him. As I looked out the window, I saw the runway lights were back on. I also saw hundreds, if not thousands of people walking down the runway and heading toward the terminal. There were men, women, teenagers and young children, as well as older men and women, all dressed differently and from different ethnic backgrounds. Are they all from your planet, I asked. They most certainly are. They've all adapted physical traits that will help them blend amongst the people of your planet. Thank you, my friend, he said sincerely, putting his left hand on my left shoulder and extending his right hand to me. I then shook hands with him. This is merely a fraction of the beings on my planet. It will take several months, even years human time, that is, for all of them to arrive. I trust you'll be here to assist with them with that. I certainly will, I replied. All the people then walked past the window, some waving, some not, and then they just disappeared. Where did they go, I asked. To different parts of your planet, he replied. Thank you again, my friend. And then he disappeared himself. I just stood there. What the actual fuck just happened, I thought. I then looked at the coffee cup on the desk and smiled. I finished my shift, locked up, and went back to my shed. I had the best night's sleep I'd had in a long time. I got up the next morning, and just for shits and giggles, I wished for a 1957 Chevy. I walked out the parking lot, and there it was, right where my Blazer was parked. Now, to make an incredibly long story short, I went to work that night. Didn't say anything to Mr. Reynolds or to Dave, and the same thing happened that night, all the same time. Well, except the Mayday call. I don't know what that was about. Anyway, it happened again on Wednesday night, and again Thursday night. Friday morning, I went to Mr. Reynolds and asked him to put me on the night shift 7 days a week, for straight pay, of course. He was a little confused, but he agreed. He cut my hours back from 3 till 11 to 5:30 till 11. I was fine with that. As time went on, I used my new gift to get a few things for myself and to help a few people out. Since Mr. Reynolds was so nice to me, I figured it was about time he retired and spent his remaining years with his wife and family. I wished for $1 million in a brown duffel bag. Got it, carried it to his office, and made him a deal he couldn't refuse. $1 million cash to sell me the airport. He didn't even hesitate or even question where I got the money from. He just opened the top left drawer of his desk, pulled out the deed, signed it, grabbed the bag and left. He sends me a family photo postcard from different parts of the globe every now and then. I know he's happy. The new arrivals come every single night now, and have been for quite some time. Anyway, I shut down the airport, as a business that is, so I can focus on helping my new friends. I gave Dave $100,000 when I did, and wished him the best. Come to find out, his real name is Earl. I always thought it was Dave. Anyway, I moved out of the shed and into the terminal. Well, what was the terminal? I fully furnished it by using my gift. I put a few more sheds out back, 17 to be exact. I had them built just like the first one. I used them for any of the arrivals that want to stay in town. It looks like a little housing development out there. Now, I don't know how many people I've let come to this planet. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands, and they all look like us. Maybe the old lady standing behind you at the grocery store. Maybe your co-worker is one of them. Maybe the guy or girl you took home from the bar last night. Who knows? I can't tell. Now, remember when I said that I thought my life was over when my ex-wife left me? I was wrong. My life now has a purpose. Helping others. Oh yeah, speaking of my ex-wife, she called me a couple days ago and said that the guy she left her for some 20-year-old blonde bimbo, and that she was recently diagnosed with severe IBS, for real this time. Then she started crying and asked if she could come home. I hung up on her. What? I had nothing to do with it, I swear. You believe me, right? When I was 16, my family moved into a new house, and it was the first time all of us kids would get our own rooms. My parents said I would pick my room first because I'm the oldest, but I decided just to take whatever room was left. I wasn't home except to sleep between work, school, and football, so I didn't care how big my room was or anything. The day we moved in, I kind of just set my stuff in a corner of the living room while everybody else chose their rooms and helped my parents unload all of our stuff. You can probably imagine my surprise when I found out the only room that hadn't been picked was the biggest beside the master bedroom. To be honest, I didn't know what to do with all of the space. We just came from a house where there was barely enough room to walk because of all of my siblings' beds were crammed next to mine. And now I had a room all to myself that was even bigger than the one I had to share. Once I had all of my stuff set up and organised, I went to find my dog so we could watch a movie in my room. We had been watching movies together ever since we got her 6 years before, so this was a pretty regular occurrence. I found her chilling in the living room after a day of running around in the backyard and called for her to follow me after picking a movie out of our collection. She followed me until we hit my brother's room and wouldn't come any further. My room was at the end of the hallway and was part of the original house. Everything except for my room and the dining room was an add-on, so there was a fair bit of distance between my room and all of the others. I figured that it was because she hadn't explored everything yet and just needed time to adjust to the new place, so I just shrugged it off and watched my movie alone. Later that night, I was in the dead of sleep when I randomly woke up and found myself staring into the darkness and wondering what had woken me up. I hit the button on my alarm clock, and once my eyes adjusted to its blinding blue glow, I saw that it was a little after 1:30 a.m. When my arm left the comfort of my blanket to activate the light on my clock so I could read the time, I became immediately aware of how cold it was in the room. October in Arizona is nothing like anywhere else in the US. You can still comfortably wander around outside in a tank top and shorts if you want, because it normally only gets down to around 80 degrees Fahrenheit at night, but it had to have been in the high 50s or low 60s in there. Over the next couple of weeks, this continued to happen, despite the fact that the thermostat was set to 75 degrees every night, and other things started happening as well. I was always uneasy being in that room alone, so I eventually convinced my dog to sleep at the foot of my bed one night to make me feel a bit better. She stayed there the whole night, but she seemed pretty stressed, and when I got up to let her outside in the morning, she just refused to go to that side of the house at all. At this point, I was starting to have stuff go missing, like homework assignments and pencils that would show up where I left them a couple of days later. And it felt like when someone is looking over your shoulder and you can just feel their gaze. It even got to the point where I couldn't have the closet door slid open because it just made the whole room feel off when it was open. After about a month of this, I just started crashing on the couch in the living room and avoiding going in my room unless I absolutely needed to. After I had been sleeping on the couch for about a week, my brother decided he wanted to switch rooms, since I wasn't really using it anyway, and he had a lot more stuff than me. And even though I tried to tell him it was a bad idea, we switched rooms. I didn't have anything weird happen in my new room, and he hadn't said he noticed anything, so I figured that I'd been on edge for nothing, until a couple of days later. One night, I heard banging coming from my old room and figured my brother was just moving things around. He was a night owl, so this wasn't altogether an uncommon thing for him to do. The next morning, he looked absolutely drained, and I asked what he expected, if he was going to be up all night banging around. He kind of gave me a sideways glance and asked me what I was talking about. When I said that I could hear him moving stuff around all night, the colour drained from his face a little bit. I asked him what was up, but he denied anything was, and we just went on with our day. I started noticing that he was more moody than usual and seemed to be sleeping a lot more during the day. My mom started picking up on it as well, and we kept on asking him what was up, until he finally told us one day. He was having the same experience as I had been having when he moved into my old room, but he didn't care because it interested him. My family is really religious except for him. He decided that he didn't want anything to do with religion at a pretty young age, and we all just let him do his thing, because we didn't want that to come between us. He told us that he had been looking into black magic and stuff like that. I don't really understand it, so I won't pretend I know what I'm talking about. But he said that he was messing around with spells and stuff for kicks, and one night, he woke up to a shadow figure peeking at him from in the closet. And when he got up to tell me off for trying to scare him, it rushed at him and disappeared into thin air. It turns out, the banging around I heard that one night was him trying to figure out what could have made him see that because, as I said before, he didn't believe that kind of stuff existed. It got worse over time, with things like that being a regular occurrence, and eventually, the rest of us having to deal with weird stuff going on. That I won't write down, because this is already long enough. Maybe some other time. He still plays around with tarot cards and has even talked about trying to get hold of a Ouija board on occasion. So I'm not exactly sure what to do about it. But he'll go off to university soon enough, and I'm going off to the army this summer to pay for the schooling I've been doing. So I guess he'll have to try and figure out things for himself. If anyone has any suggestions on how I can help him out, I'd be happy to hear them. I mean, he is my brother, so if I want him to mess with stuff neither of us understands and get into some trouble, I can't get him out of. Ever since I was a child, I've always drawn in spirits or others. I usually don't pay my gifts any mind when I was younger, but nowadays, I'm trying to get back into the mood of things. I have many scary tales to tell, but this one will be about an apartment I lived in for a few years, when I was around 9. The apartments I lived in were brand new, as in my family was the first to live in them, and they were just finished being built by my province's government. In Canada, the government used schools known as residential or day schools to forcefully assimilate the indigenous population. The majority of these schools murdered and abused many of the children who would have to attend as young as 3 years old until they were 18. The old residential school sat in the next field over and was turned into an office building before it was inevitably torn down. My aunt worked in that building, and I visited her there often. In the bathroom stalls were carved "Mary Got a Baby." This will be key later. The new apartment buildings were unfortunately built on top of unmarked graves of the children who attended the local residential school. The first day in our new home was awesome. It was just my mother, my sister, and me. Our local government built our apartments for single-parent housing. It was everything we wanted, especially for my sister and I, as now we didn't have to share a room. All 3 of us settled in my mom's bed to sleep. We laid there, talking about how happy we were. At that point in time, we were only lived in 2-bedroom basement suites and never thought we'd be on the top floor with our own rooms. We slept in our mom's bed the first night. At around midnight, we were all still awake and we heard children giggling and the sound of marbles rolling on the floor, with little feet running above our heads. I looked to my mother and said, "Who is that?" To which she replied tiredly, "It must be the upstairs neighbours." I didn't think twice until my sister turned and said, "But Mommy, we're the upstairs neighbours." We didn't get much sleep that night. A few months went by with more and more activities. Our family had gotten so aggressive with each other and with my sister reaching teenagehood, she became ruthless and cruel. She'd scream and slam doors, chase me around the apartment till I had to lock myself in. I once spent 4 hours locked in the laundry room because she wouldn't stop. I spent a lot of time mulling in my room, which just so happened to be the most active part of the house. We think it's because I was so sad and defeated, whatever it was like to feed on that, let alone my sister's anger. My room was different. Its doorway had a corridor so you couldn't see out or in unless you walked through it. To combat that, I had an old fatback television from the 90s. It sat on an angle in the opposite corner of the door, which meant I could see past the corridor and down our hallway through the reflection. Next to that was an antique desk that we got a few years before we moved at a local antique shop. At bedtime, I'd fallen asleep watching Little Bear or Winnie the Pooh. My mother would come in and turn the TV off when she knew I was sleeping. She'd also turn my bedside lamp off, which proved to be a problem. Every night at 3 a.m, my television would turn on by itself, and every night, the ringing sound of it booting up would wake me. When this would happen, my closet door would be slid open, and the hockey stick would be on the floor or even leaning against the wall. Inside the closet, you could make out a big shadow. If it were to stand, I'd guess it'd be almost 7 feet tall, but it was always hunched over, crouched in the corner of my closet. I'd rush to flick my lamp on and it'd be gone. I rarely got any sleep at all, and although the shadow seemed malicious and acted as a poltergeist, it felt comforting, as it was always there when my family life was going down the drain. When I did sleep, I'd have loving dreams of a man caring for me and holding me when I felt sad, and I could physically feel the hugs. One time, my mother was off to work and kissed my forehead goodbye. She left, and it was just me at the house when I was half asleep, eyes closed. I felt a pair of arms hug me tight. So tight I couldn't move. I believe my mother came back to hold me again, so I opened my eyes to say goodbye once more. And I realized no one was there, and it was still holding me. Broad daylight, eyes open. It finally let go, and I sat up and rushed to the living room and went on with my day. Some days I would fall asleep early when I was too knackered after school. One of those days, I was woken by my TV like clockwork at 3. I got up to turn it off when I saw a girl in a white nightgown standing in my doorway in the reflection of the television. I assumed it was my sister and got mad at her for just standing there and to crawl into my bed if she wanted to sleep with me, to which I got no response. I stormed into my corridor to see no one standing there, and just in time to witness her long black hair running into the bathroom diagonally opposite of my room in the hallway. I rushed to the bathroom and flicked on the light to find myself alone. My mother called out to me and demanded that I stay in her room, and she said my sister was gone to a sleepover after I had gone to bed. Not long after all this activity, my mother refused to let me sleep in my room. I still spent most of my time in there, writing or drawing at my desk next to my window. Most of my friends lived in the same buildings as me, and I had become so depressed, I used to watch them playing from my window. A couple of times they told me they witnessed a man standing behind me as I would stare at them. I spent hours at that desk and wrote many stories. One day, I was underneath it, grabbing a stack of paper, when I looked up to see a carving that read, "Mary got a baby." When I came to the realization that this specific desk is from when the residential school was in operation. Not long after this discovery, and later confirmed by my aunt, did we move out, but as we were loading up and moving the truck, a neighbour saw the desk and decided to take it for themselves. We still to this day don't know who took it, but I have prayers for them that they don't suffer the way I did and still currently do. Whatever resides in my closet still to this day is attached to me. Well over a decade and 2 provinces later, it's still there. Now that I'm trying to be more in tune, maybe I'll figure it out once and for all. A little backstory. My wife's grandma died in April, not COVID related. My father-in-law got the house, and being 70 and alone, didn't want to move and live in the bigger house alone. So we basically gave it to my wife, I, and our twin girls. Here's a list of events and some logical explanations, if I have one. Just after Grams passed, my father-in-law was staying at the house to keep a presence there, so no one would think it was abandoned. He was working on a puzzle at the kitchen table, so he had a lamp on the table. When he went to bed, he left the lamp on. The next morning, the lamp was off, but the overhead light in the next room was on. This is the room where she passed, and that light was on the whole time she was in her last days. Explanation: father-in-law is 17 and had just lost his mother. Maybe he didn't remember switching the lights. We shut our door to our room when we shower, so we don't wake up the girls. I was in the shower, and my wife was in the closet organising it. She comes into the shower and asks if I went outside. I say no. She tells me that our bedroom door is open, and she was sure it was shut before she went into the closet. Explanation: the door swings open if not completely shut. Maybe she didn't get it latched. I was in the basement putting some stuff away. I grabbed water out of my mini fridge, and when I did, I heard the sound of cardboard sliding. It sounded like it came from the other side of the basement. Explanation: none. Almost shit myself and booked it out of there. My wife was looking at things on one of the shelves we have yet to start to go through. I remember her finding a bag of those green plastic army men and the little cowboys and Indian toys. Later, while sitting at my table working on RC cars, I saw something fall out of the corner of my eye. It was that shelf area. A bag with who knows what inside of it fell. I picked it up and stuffed it into a box. Me and the wife were in the basement. She was painting canvases, and I was wrenching on RC cars. Out of nowhere, some metal wire shelves that were leaning up against the wall went bang and rang out. The wife yelled at me and asked what I was doing. I was like 10 feet away from the shelves, sitting in a chair with my back to the shelves. I went and looked at the shelves. Something fell and hit them. I'm not sure what, as the basement is a total mess right now, and I don't know what was there. After the wife got done painting, she sat at the table across from me and read. We both heard a cardboard box slide from the opposite side of the room from the shelves. I then said loudly, "Could you please quit moving stuff?" This was back a few years ago when I was in high school. I didn't have a cell phone at the time and was dropped off at my house by a classmate who had a car. Usually when I got home back then, someone would be home, whether it be my mom or one of my siblings. On this day, however, I walked into my house to find it completely empty. I immediately had a weird feeling creep over me and began walking around, calling out to see if anyone was in their rooms. We had a landline at the time, so I used it to call my mom to see where everyone was. Of course, there was no answer. I then decided to make some food and start on some homework at the kitchen table. From the kitchen table in my parents' house, you can see into the stairway leading down into the basement. The stairs stop halfway down and turn the other way, with a landing in the middle. On the wall above the landing, there's a mirror that allows you to see the basement from the top of the stairs. As I'm eating my food and flipping through a notebook, I began to hear noises and faint talking coming from the basement. I was excited because I assumed someone was home, and I walked downstairs in hopes of finding my brother or mom. As soon as I turned the corner, I could tell all the lights were off, which meant it was unlikely anyone was indeed down there. Hello? No response. At this point, I'm pretty weirded out and walked slowly back to the kitchen table to keep eating and pretended I wasn't a little freaked out. I kept glancing over my shoulder down the stairwell into the dark mirror, being a bit paranoid. A few minutes later, I start to hear the same faint talking noises from the basement. My spine sent a shiver, and I slowly peered over the table and into the stairway at the mirror on the wall. The noises stopped, and the air was still. Ha 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 ha. Right next to my head was a deep, low, and masculine laugh let out so loud that I jumped out of my chair and smashed onto the floor. I was a wreck and ran so fast out of my house and into the driveway. I couldn't comprehend what had just happened and kept pacing outside nervously until finally my family came home an hour later. They had been at my brother's swim meet all afternoon, and of course, none of them took my story very seriously. I get chills thinking about this incident, and I've never found a logical explanation. This happened when I was roughly 6 or 7 years old. The memory starts after I was already in bed. I lived in central Virginia at the time, and it must have been late summer because it was so hot and muggy. We didn't have AC in the house and often slept with the windows open as a result. To give everyone just the general setup, my room was on the second story of the house and had 2 windows. One was directly opposite my bed, which was a normal twin-sized bed, and the other was on the right-hand side wall. When in the bed, to the left there was a closet, and on the wall where my bed was, directly to my left, was my bedroom door. Directly across the hall from my bedroom was our bathroom, and my parents' room was down the hall, on the opposite side of the house. Back to that night. It was so hot and muggy. I don't know what woke me up, but I've always, even now, been extremely intolerant of the heat and humidity, and sweat very easily. I remember that I only had a sheet over me, no blanket, and it was sticking to my feet specifically because they were sweating. My first memory is waking up laying on my stomach and knowing that my feet were sweating and sticking to me. So I pulled the sheet up to expose my feet so the air could get to them. As soon as I did, I remember very distinctively hearing heavy, laboured breathing. And that's when fear started, as I was in the room by myself and the breathing was not my own. I remember even holding my breath and the breathing continued. It wasn't fast like hyperventilating or anything, but steady and loud. I froze. I remember opening my eyes and my head was turned to my left, towards the right-hand side of the room near the farthest window. I could very clearly see the room illuminated in light from the window. I assume it was close to a full moon, because this being in the country, there were no lights outside, but my room was just bathed in blue light. But there was nothing there. The breathing sound continued unabated. I slowly rolled over as if to roll on my back, and that's when I saw it. To this day, I have no clue what it was. It was a figure that at the time I described as a gorilla. However, even now as I type this, I can remember what it looked like, and it really didn't look like a gorilla. It was tall and nearly reached the ceiling, which was probably about 8 feet. And it was wide. It was wider than my bed. There was clearly a head because I could see its eyes, but no other discernible features. It was the blackest black I've ever seen. Even though the light showed through the window to me, now, it had no detail whatsoever, as if it were completely void of light. It stood directly in between my bed and the window opposite of it, and it wasn't translucent or like a shadow or anything. It looked clearly like a solid object. Though I could make out its head, there was no neck or very little, and instead went directly into very broad shoulders with 2 easily identifiable arms that hung down on either side of it. I don't remember specifically if it had definable legs or not, but I saw something. This all happened very quickly as well, and the whole event probably only lasted a few minutes at best, but trying to be as detailed as to what I remember. As soon as I realised that something was there, I started screaming for my mother and slid up in the bed so my back was against the headboard. As soon as I moved, it moved by reaching its arms up in my direction, never making any other noise than the breathing. It never actually touched me, but in my memory, when it began moving, I could then see the window behind it on either side where its arms had been. I kept out of the bed to my left, opened the door, and ran across the hall into the bathroom, turned on the light, and then turned to slam the door behind me. As I closed the door, I could see it clearly standing in the exact same place it had been in my room. It didn't chase me. There was a time after waking up that I could have realistically woke up, As skeptical as I am, there's just no way this was a dream. I remember sitting down on the toilet and pulling my knees up to my chest and wrapping my hands around my legs and being terrified. This whole time just screaming. The door opened suddenly, and it was my mother, and that's where the memory ends. The last thing I remember is seeing my mother walk through that door. My mother remembers this night very clearly as well, and though I've heard her side before last night, I talked to her about it to refresh what she remembers. She says that she woke up hearing me screaming and remembers trying to wake father up and being irritated that once again he wouldn't budge. Apparently, I had nightmares and screaming wasn't unusual, though I don't really remember any earlier. She heard the doors slam after she had already woken up to my screaming and came to the bathroom as she saw the light was on instead of my bedroom. She said she opened the door and I was sitting there on the toilet holding my knees to my chest, rocking back and forth, and that I was pale as a ghost. She came in and went to pick me up and tried to calm me down, and I passed out in her arms. Though I don't remember personally passing out or her coming in to pick me up, the last thing I remember is just seeing her face as she opened the bathroom door. She says that once I woke up, I told her about the gorilla as I described it, and that by this point, my screams had woken up both of my sisters, and at some point, the commotion had woken up my father as well. She remembers how adamant I was, that I wouldn't even let her take me out of the bathroom, and in her words from last night, I was having a fit like a damned autistic child. She said it was very unusual compared to what she normally experienced when I had a bad dream, as usually she would find me in bed, and usually just had to lie down with me until I fell back asleep, and that it was all out of character for me at the time. As such, her mind instantly went to an intruder, not a monster, and her and my father were worried someone had broken into the house. She made him go through all of the rooms to check and make sure no one was there, and remembers even sending him outside with a flashlight, just to be sure, because it unnerved her so badly at how adamant I was, even then, that it was not just a dream, and that something really had been in my room that night. Apparently, it took me more than a week to even go back to my room again, and longer to go in there after nightfall. I slept with them for about 2 weeks or so after the event happened. She also says that's when the bad nightmares for me started, which after taking me to a doctor, they ascribed to waking night terrors, because I would, according to me, be completely awake and alert but see horrible things. I never saw that same thing again, and have never seen it since. I did have a few that were recurring, but always the same. The main likeness between was that there was never a point where I woke up in my own mind, and usually they never stopped until someone else entered my room. To this day, I cannot sleep with my feet uncovered, even in the hottest environments. And if I wake up in the middle of the night, and there an intense, paralyzing fear comes over me, unlike anything I can rationally describe. I don't know why that's connected at all, or just something my mind has connected, but even if it's just my feet, if they're uncovered, I simply can't and won't sleep. That night has become almost folklore in my immediate family, because everyone remembers my reaction, and they jokingly teased me through the years about Kudos Gorilla, just because it sounds so crazy, and I've always maintained, as I do to this day, that it was not just a dream. I have no clue what it was I saw standing in my room that night, or why it affected me the way it is, more so than any experience I've had since. But 20 years later, there's still absolutely no doubt in my mind whatsoever about the way those events transpired. I grew out of the night terrors mostly around 11 or 12 years old, and very rarely dream at all anymore. Once in a blue moon, I still have a wailing night terror reminiscent of the ones I did when I was little, that ranged from feeling something walk around or feel around on my bed as if to find me, the feeling of having the covers slowly pulled down off of me as if someone is standing at the foot of my bed, or the overwhelming feeling similar to what some describe in sleep paralysis, as if there's something in the upper corner of the room intently staring at me, even though that's completely illogical. And during all of these, I never lose the ability to move or speak or anything. As an adult, I'm a lot better at calming myself down and convincing myself it's all just part of an overactive imagination, thankfully. It happened in all different types of physical settings in different houses. And even as an adult, I've had it happen with my partner lying right next to me. But nowadays, never as interactive or out in the open as it was then.